that I had freedom. But now I know she will never give me up, and I will never be free. That's why I came to you. I was hoping a woman who traipses several thousand miles across a desert to kill her husband, then drags his dead body back just so she can teach him a lesson, would either be mad or desperate enough to accept my offer. Maybe I'm both, she whispered. Once you accomplish whatever it is you're fighting to accomplish, I want you to take my fucking bell from your daughter and melt it. Throw me into the void. Finish what the Nyxites started. Nilith took a moment to think. Murder, however merciful, should never be taken lightly. What would you do if I said no? The falcon shrugged. I had considered killing her. The underlying ferocity of his tone took her aback. You'd do that? I've done it before, he said, pointing a curved talon at his neck. It's all about the throat. Nilith winced. I meant my daughter, Bazelle. I had hoped to save her when all of this was done. What's your answer? The bird was smart, and Nilith bowed her head in agreement. Fine. Help me get to the Grand Nyxwell, and I'll give you anything you want. Your death, your freedom, no killing required. Bazelle whistled. Deal, he said, and they spoke no more on the subject. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm fucking starving. The downside of a living body, right? I'm going to gut a mouse. Want one? I'll pass. Suit yourself. With that, Bazelle took flight once more, and being left alone was all the excuse Nilith needed to tumble into the hole that was a fine old brooding session. Meaningless internal rambling, helpful and yet paradoxically aggravating, like being tortured by a feather. At least she had Ferazar's cursing and splashing to entertain her.
Chapter 7. A Hero. As the first to master binding and author the tenets, the Nyxites were swift to proclaim themselves the sole guardians of the Nyx, and so they had remained. The Nyxites were mere sages before pagan masters of funeral ceremonies, simply there to make sure the boatman received his copper and the gods got their souls. And yet almost 10 centuries later, they are still the only ones allowed to harvest, hoard, or sell Nyx water, even outside the Ark. They no longer usher the dead to the afterlife, but imprison them here instead. From an anonymous scroll sent to Chamberlain Rebene in 987. They say misery likes company, but what they don't say is how much curiosity likes company, especially strange company. It loves it, adores it. I had become aware that my opinion of Pointy was based on how useful he was. At that moment, he was as good for research as any library, and as fine for tales as any beer-sodden bard. Every question that popped onto my tongue, the sword had an answer for. At the very least, he offered some anecdotal tangent I could follow. For the first time, my head was pressed to the door not in boredom, but so I could hear the blade more clearly. Pointy was waxing lyrical. And that's when the mighty Horush pulled the sun closer to scorch his enemies. As the burning soldiers ran for the sea to douse the flames, his undead army caught them on the shore. Sesh was defeated before the sun broke its bonds. In punishment for altering the flow of the Nyx, slaying the boatman, and giving humanity the secret of binding the dead, Horush imprisoned Sesh for the rest of time. And I thought the dead gods of the East were strange. Strange is the only fruit that grows in the desert, so the poets say. In any case, some say that Sesh was the protagonist of that story, as the world now revolves around his gift of binding. In some ways, Sesh won. The gods' power faded, and so we threw them aside, forgot them. Even Sesh, or for the most part. There are some who worship him for his deeds. Guess who? Those cult people, cult of Sesh. You're getting good at this. I shrugged, despite the wardrobe's darkness. I've a thirst for information, when it's the useful sort. My head was full of old combinations, names of important figures, and a comprehensive list of Tamar brothels. Epic tales of treasure were for adventurers and the fanciful to listen to. Not I. No, I preferred solid tips over stolen maps. Such stories had a habit of floating in one ear and straight out the other like a breeze through a fence. That was until now. You still haven't told me why you're asking all these questions about binding. In fact, I feel like I've been talking for 2 days straight. In truth, he had. I'd barely said a word. Why, you ask? It was a good question, one with many answers. Was it because I had a thirst to know more, like any soul who uncovers a new skill? Was it for the purposes of escape or revenge? Could I have branded it as a thirst for justice? Or lie and say it was for the honor of those old dead gods? I could have bleated any of those answers at the sword, but in the end, they would have all pointed towards one path, getting my half-coin and getting as far away from this maniacal land as ghostly possible. Every reason is a little story we tell ourselves to dress up our desires. We offer reasons to explain or excuse ourselves, to fit in. We do it every day. But these stories are dangerous, cyclical and devious. We tell them over and over so many times we start to believe they're true, when instead all along it's all just justification, to hide what drives us, to have what we desire. I told him what I wanted. Because I don't want this. This? This wardrobe, this indenturement, this half-life, I yelled. I want my freedom, and I'll do anything to get it. If understanding the dead gods, the cult, or haunting helps me, then so be it. Pointy took a pause. Well, you might be able to do something about the wardrobe and indenturement. Being dead, I've made my peace with that. I hadn't. But I'd heard positive reinforcement worked wonders. I'd almost forgotten the beat of my heart until I felt bosks in my chest. Since then, I had thirsted to feel that again. It took me a long time to grow used to this form. That's all the dead have. Time. No offense, Sword, but I've got hands, feet, and something God's given I intend to use. God's given? I pursed my lips. I had told him of my vocation, how I had come to Araxes and how Busk had claimed me. I hadn't yet told him of my visitors, as I'd taken to calling them. I was certain it would have sounded like madness even to a dead-bound soul blade. All the reason I'd given him for my haunting was the age-old excuse of, it was an accident. It's an old crass phrase. It wasn't. It means a kind of magic. It didn't. The sword hummed, sounding like the fading drone of a bell. Never heard that one before. I decided to distract him with the bait of a story. So, if Sesh was so glorious and beneficial to us mortals, why don't more worship him? Why's the cult not more accepted in a city of the dead? Because most believe Sesh died, just like the other gods. There are some who still follow the old ways, but they're like single grains of sand on a beach compared to the rest of the Ark and the Reaches. Making half-coins the only religion. Convenient, when you're the one who owns the most shades, And yet we still believe an afterlife awaits us. Such gall we humans have. I knew what afterlife truly waited for us. A cold and screaming place beneath the earth. I held my tongue. And the cult? Ever heard the word extremist? I had not. Well, that's them. They've been around since the Nyx changed and binding was discovered. But they're fanatical about Sesh and known for their delusions of grandeur. Never mind their treachery. We had a god like Sesh in the East, but in our old religions we called binding a curse, so not a soul dared worship him. Lopped, if I'm not mistaken? You know your crass mythology. This world has been telling the same myths for thousands upon thousands of years, Caltro. Our gods are just regurgitated from the gods of the ancients. Crass, Arctian, they're all the same if you look deep enough. You should try reading Master Falafef's series of epic poet... No. All very derivative anyway, Pointy muttered. I buoyed him with another question. I know the Nyxites wrote the tenets, but who wrote the first code? The cult or the Nyxites? It was the first emperor of the Ark, Emperor Pharaoh. The tenets set down the rules of binding, but he needed laws that made him and kept him emperor. Thus the code was born. And it's been rewritten and amended with every single successor. I think it's been updated more times than Frandy's weeping sky, he added with a smug chuckle. His joke, if that's what it was, fell on dead ears. And where are the cult these days if one wanted to find them? They keep to themselves these days, but I wager you could probably still find them outside the core districts. Anyone wearing red robes is a cultist. Secretive bunch, though. Plenty of free shade tours and towels are members, and donate to their cause, according to talk I've overheard. The cult even used to have a church, but when the royalty banned them, it was burned to the ground. Emperor Milizan. You've heard this one? Widow Horrocks told me he was murdered by his son. The story goes that Milizan fell in with the cult, and the deeper he fell, the more they wormed their way into the cloud piercer. When he began to talk of killing himself to join the cult and be closer to Sesh, Pharazar, the emperor-in-waiting, took a stand, and rightly so if you ask me. By then, the cult had their fingers in the chamber of the code, the court, even the chamber of military might. He was waiting for me to ask, I knew it. Normally I would have played silent and outwaited him, but I was too impatient. Then what? Milizan's son murdered him in true Arctian style. Pharazar hid in his father's private latrine for near on a day before skewering him with a sword. They say the blade went in his arse and out his mouth. After he bound his father in the Grand Nixwell, as per royal tradition, Pharazar claimed his father's half-coins and became ruler. Then he banished his mother, the Empress Hirana, to the north of the Reaches and appointed his crass wife to the throne instead. That was just shy of 20 years ago. Nobody has seen her since, nor received so much as a note from her. She just disappeared. Or died. That sort of thing seems to happen far too often in this city. The royals are the only nobles who dare to murder so openly. The rest are content to play their little games. Pointy got no further. It seemed Busk had grown bored of imprisoning me. Either that, or he had some more strong boxes for me to open. I went limp as soon as they opened the wardrobe doors, eager to make the men work for their living. I hit the floor with a soft thud and rolled my eyes. Not one of them touched me. Busk's orders, no doubt. I sighed and hauled myself up, giving Pointy a roll of my eyes as I passed him. All he could do in response was catch the lamplight. "Remember what I told you," came a faint whisper. The guards flinched, but nothing was said. Clubs poked me down the stairwell and into another dusty room, where an array of boxes had been arranged in a circle, like a downtrodden fight pit, beneath a crass tavern. In its centre stood a shirtless, toad-like man, swollen with muscle and inked with geometric scatter-isle tattoos. He was sweating in drips. His shaved, dented dome of a head glistened in the lamplight. Bruises darkened both his eyes as if he hadn't slept for a year. He had rings of greenish metal around his fingers, and bare toes, and he wore the blankest expression I had ever seen on a human being, or a toad for that matter. "What now?" I asked my guards. They poked me into the circle as the man began to shrug and roll his head around his shoulders. I'd seen enough of the pits in Tamar to know a fighter when I saw one. "Have you lost your mind, Busk?" I had no idea if the Tor was in the room, but I called to him anyway. "I'm a locksmith, not a prize fighter." A whisper came from the shadows of an adjoining corridor, where two figures waited. A hand ventured into the lamplight and waved. The guards shoved me to the dust. A punishment. It had to be. For daring to touch the Tor, no doubt. I had no clue whether he realized what I'd done to him, or whether he even knew of haunting. I knew next to fuck all beyond what Pointy had told me, that the practice was a rumour. Neither acknowledged by the code nor remembered by half the Ark since the Nix had started to spit the dead back out. Time has an awful habit of eating away at knowledge. The man raised his fists and began to dance around me, feigning strikes. I shook my head. "I'm not a fighter." Though I said no more, he must have assumed I added, "So please feel free to hit me." He eagerly obliged me. His fist, copper-ringed on every finger, drove into my ribs. I slumped to the dust, curling up around the waves of pain that spanned my body. He nudged me with a foot. As I levelled a glare at him, I noticed his bruise-framed eyes kept sneaking to the edges of the room, paying too much attention to the guards. I felt nothing but cold in the room, and yet his sweat continued to pour. I knew the many expressions of fear. Some wore it openly in quivers and chill sweats. Others preferred to bury it behind grins or stoicism. This toad of a man was the latter. If there was anything to be gleaned from his expression, he looked almost apologetic. Not too apologetic, I thought, as he flexed and dug a toe into my side. I challenged the invisible man again. "What's your goal here, Busk?" No answer. I hauled myself up and decided to play along as best I could. My answers were more important than a bit of pain. Our fists rotated between us, one set grimy, the other glowing. I threw the first swing, a wild and useless one at that. The fighter's knuckles connected with my chin like a mallet. Then came a strike to my nose. Over and over, back and forth. My face was a mask of pain. Outrage pushed me up from the dust. I clawed for the man, but he brought me close, hooking arms around my head to drive his knee into my gut. It had little effect without copper, but it was still deeply unsettling having somebody else's limbs thrust into you, over and over. I twisted away. My neck would have broken had I been made of bone and flesh. For a moment I was free, but in came the fists again, more desperate this time. I fended off blow after blow until I found my arse on the floor again, eyes blurry. As I fought through pain, I saw the guards rush in. I was on the cusp of insulting the parentage of everybody in the room when I realized they weren't after me. They were after the fighter. He was pushed against the boxes amid curses and muffled warnings. It was a challenge, a test, not a punishment. Busk wanted to recreate our incident, though this time with him far out of reach. Whether he knew I'd haunted him or not, he knew something had happened, and he wanted to see it again. I decided it must have been his thirst for profit. He was following the reek of a new opportunity that brought a smile to my blue cheeks. Pointy had told me a playwright once opined that theatre was the only universal joy of the people. I had scoffed at first, but now I realized it was true. The fight pits of Tamar and Soraka may have been designed for the scrapings of society, but they were still grand theatre at their core. The curtain opening, the first punch. The sharp dialogue, the parries and blocks. The crescendo, the crack of a skull splitting, the puff of blue smoke. The wet suck of a face collapsing inwards. All theatre. Very much like this situation. I was the hero of my own squalid play. I saw it now. Busk wasn't about to risk me, just goad me into action. As they pushed the fighter back into the ring, I saw in his face that he also knew his role. Expendable. The word hung between us in the clammy, sweat-filled air. I let him hit me over and over, getting in the odd punch here and there to make it worth his while. They barely grazed him, let alone stopped him, and yet I could feel him pulling back after every barrage. I dreaded to think how many pints of blood I would have lost by now in a real fight. I was thankful I was already dead. The farce continued for almost an hour, until the man's shoulders had sloped past the point of no return, until he had not a drop of sweat left to exude. I stood with hands on knees, panting through habit. I glowed white in 2 places. Everywhere his fists had punished me. Happy? I looked around the boxes at the frowns of the confused guards and the shadows of the corridor. Or do you need to see somebody die to get your cock hard, Busk? The whisper was short and angry. I didn't catch it, but the guards did. Their fears now proven unfounded, they seized me at last. I saw the exhausted fighter being thrown some gemstones. Before I was escorted away, I saw Busk's furrowed face pass through an arc of lamplight. He refused to meet my eyes. As I was manhandled up into the tower, I gazed up at the dust-filled shafts of light that speared the atrium. It was afternoon by my reckoning, and a cloudy one at that. A storm had moaned around the tower several days ago. Perhaps its wake still covered the city. Although I hadn't seen it, I'd heard its roar and felt the heavy pressure in the air. Changes in the weather were a lot easier to feel now that I was practically all air. We had almost climbed the stairs when the knock sounded. the deep pounding of a spear butt striking metal. The guards grumbled to each other, casting looks down the stairwell. As I was pushed back to my gaudy prison cell, several of them peeled away to see the visitors. I was locked away in the wardrobe, along with my burning curiosity. "What did they do?" Pointy spoke up once our room was empty. I smiled in the darkness. "Failed is what they did. Bosk suspects something after our last encounter, tried to goad me into action." "And did you?" "Nope." The sword sighed, almost sounding relieved. "So it was a mistake then? You were wrong about the haunting?" I laughed. "Oh, I don't know about that. I just didn't try. But tonight I will. And you're going to help me." How?" "Fear not, my dear Pointy. You won't have to do much." "What then?" "Not a clue yet, but I'll come up with something. Don't worry. I always do. And I'll take you with me." "As wondrous as that sounds, you worry me, Caltro." I sighed dramatically. I've spent too much of this half-life worrying. A man with nothing has nothing to lose except himself. I've lost that already. What's there to fear now? Pain? Punishment? Another 100 years on a shelf? Complete death? Perhaps it was all the theatre that had puffed me up. Perhaps it was playing the untouchable hero. But despite thinking of that crowded, endless cavern of ghosts, or the black void, I felt the smile on my face and refused to let it fall. Bosk had shown his hand today. He was afraid of me. "I told you I wanted my freedom." "Yes?" "Well, I intend to have it, and by any means necessary. The widow, the haunting, even the fucking cult. I don't care who or what gets me there, but I will be free. This is my desire. It was selfish, maybe. But in a world that extended few helping hands, you needed to be selfish to survive. If you want the same, then feel free to come along." Pointy pondered that for some time, and at last he sighed. It sounded like a gale howling over a flute. "All right. Better to have tried and failed than never to have tried at all, eh? Or so De Sami says. Another fucking poet. Sonneteer, actually. Then those are the first words of sense a poet's ever uttered."
Glowing white eyes peered through the grille. An unseen mouth voiced a challenge. "State your business." "Colonel Khalid to see Tor Bosk, again. He's busy. Aren't we all? Just give me the scroll." A metal shutter below the grille opened with a seagull's shriek. A gloved hand poked forth, palm up and open. "I have a personal message from Tal Horrocks. It must be delivered to him only." "Ugh. Wait here." Both the grille and the shutter closed with a snap, and Khalid retreated to the edge of the steps to wait. He spent the minutes looking up at Busk's poor excuse for a tower, standing barely 15 stories tall at the most. The colonel counted by the grubby pinhole windows. Gargoyles, more skull in design than Arctian, glared down at him from between oriels and balconies. Pointless creatures. Their open mouths probably tasted rain once a decade. Khalid heard the shouting behind the reinforced iron of the huge doors, which were also smaller than Horrocks's. This continued for several minutes, with the colonel gleaning such random snippets as, "Who does that crow?" and "Damnable bitch!" When the doors finally cracked open, they swung outwards at speed. If they'd hoped to catch him unawares, they were disappointed. Khalid was already out of reach. Arctian doors taught that lesson early in life. Tor Bosk stood in the dark of his atrium, squinting at the afternoon light. He already wore a scowl for the colonel. 8 guards surrounded him, short spears out and ready. "Speak, messenger." Khalid flexed his shoulder muscles, making the plates of his armour knock together. "The Lady Tal Horrocks wishes to know your decision." "My decision on what, precisely? Don't you know I'm a very busy man?" The colonel could see that. Busk's hair, normally slicked back with grease, was in strands and pestering his forehead. Most Tors and Tals didn't like to exert themselves unless it was at a ball or in the bedchamber. On whether you still wish for the crass shade you came to purchase not so long ago. One scroll has already been sent, but we received no reply. My mistress would like an answer. Busk smiled, but his lips were white and tightly drawn. Khalid tried to play patient and insouciant, as Horrocks had instructed. He'd never heard that word before, and now his mind kept repeating it over and over whenever it had a spare moment. Busk played for time. Which shade is this exactly? I deal with so many, you see. Don't you recall? A craftsman sold by Boran Temza. A shade who is apparently dangerous and a risk to Tal Horrocks' life. Ah, yes. And so? Well, more chin-rubbing. Khalid stepped forward, causing the Tor's guards to bristle. The widow wishes you to understand that this is the last time she will extend her offer. Busk puffed himself up, understanding Khalid's meaning. This was his last chance to right his wrong and return the ghost. Oh, is it now? Indeed. Well, you can tell her that I rescind my offer. Considering her rudeness, I am not interested. I've got enough craftsmen half-lives in my tower. I don't need another, especially a dangerous troublemaker. So, the charity and care you spoke of? Busk was already signalling for his guards to close the doors. Withdrawn. I extended my help, and all you and that widow have done since is badger me. There was another word Khalid had never heard before. Perhaps it was skull. Busk waved his hands as if shaking off an errant wasp. I don't expect to see you here again, Colonel. Good afternoon. Khalid was shut out with a bang. He turned, chuckling to himself. He didn't pretend to understand the game of words and veiled intentions that the nobles played. Horrocks had given him his lines, and he had spoken them. What he did understand was that his mistress was a skilled player of the game, and Busk had just made a losing move. That was fine by Khalid. What benefited Horrocks usually benefited him. When he returned to Horrocks' tower, the widow was waiting for him in the doorway. A swift march through several districts of bustle and commotion in hot sun and full armour would send even a hardened Arctian running to a water trough when he saw one. Khalid hastily washed away the dust and sweat before he approached Horrocks. Mistress? Without a word, she led him across the patterned atrium floor as the door was sealed behind them. Her hands were ensleeved as usual, but her cowl had been thrown back. Her thin hair shone like silver thread. Her eyes were hungrily affixed to the colonel's lips, as if she could read his words before he spoke them. This jabbing and parrying with Busk had lit an old flame in her. He could see it plainly. Khalid bowed low. My apologies, mistress. The city is busy in the aftermath of the sandstorm. She tutted impatiently. I don't care about sand, Colonel, only our good Tor Busk. What did he have to say? He said he withdraws his offer and that you are to leave him be. Apparently we've done nothing but badger him since he tried to help. Have we now? How bold of him to say. Seemed quite put out by the whole thing, he added. I take it that was the answer you wanted, mistress. A wicked smile spread across the cracks in her cheeks. Indeed, as I predicted, our prideful Tor Busk has just thrown down a gauntlet. He thinks I am bluffing, that I am toothless and weak. He thinks I will give up Caltro and just let the matter lie. And what will you do? I will crush him, Colonel. Even if Caltro wasn't one of the best locksmiths in the Reaches, nobody steals from me. Horrocks stepped away. If Busk wants a shade, we will deliver him a shade. We'll call it a gift to dust our hands of the matter. He'll believe I have my restitutions for Caltro and think it's settled. She made a cat's arsehole of her grey lips. Have you found me a good enough spook? Khalid smiled. Aye, madam, I have. Comes highly recommended. Good. Never cease to please me, Colonel. For your sake. She left him alone on the patterns of marble and swept up the stairs to her rooms. The stubborn woman always liked to walk, despite her clockwork lifts. The Colonel shook his head, not at her, but at Tor Busk. Nobody had ever got the best of Widow Horrocks, not in all the years he'd served her, and that was before she had something to protect besides her own pride. Khalid glanced at the door at the end of the atrium, locked and chained in the daylight. Now she had a reason to fight even fiercer. Chapter 8. A Villain. Before the discovery of binding, every dead body was sent to the Nyx or buried with a coin in their mouth. Now only those who die in peace do that, as we cannot bind them. According to the tenets, those who die in turmoil are the dutiful ones. They are the ones who dedicate their half-lives to bettering the Ark. From a work scroll found in most Araxes schools. If there was one word Boran Temsa detested above all others, it was problem. It was fouler than any curse, more damning than any accusation. Disembowelment with a spoon was almost preferable to hearing it. So it was that the look he levelled on Tooth was a razor-sharp and damning one. What do you mean, problem? The vault is an old design, boss. It's tall now. Tall, Temsa. Tooth was too busy scratching her head to notice her error. I never tackled anything like it. Just cogs and spring work like I ain't ever seen. No keys, just a dozen bloody combinations. And so? Her lip went white as her tooth pulled at it. I can't open it, boss. Temsa stamped his claws. Tor! Tooth withered away, shrinking back to the sturdy iron vault that had defeated her. Temsa took a look for himself. The circular door had the look of an enormous drain cover, crisscrossed with thick iron bars and bolts. At its centre was a fine seam, and spaced along it were swollen boxes with half a dozen bronze cogs sticking out from each one. He poked the locks with his cane, kicked the metal with his foot, but, unsurprisingly, nothing happened. When the clanging died away, he bowed his head. Danib, he said to the figure standing nearby. With speed belying his monstrous size, the shade surged forwards, seized Tooth, and lifted her from the floor. Her throat was clamped between his bicep and forearm. The locksmith gargled as she clawed at his armour. You dare tell me you can't do your job? Temsa yelled. Give me another day, she wheezed. Maybe 2 days. I'd balk at giving you hours. It has already been several days. Every moment we linger here arouses more suspicion. An empty tower tells no tales, Tooth. The corpses downstairs? They will. Their shades will begin to rise soon, and they may have families, friends. No doubt their absence has raised questions already. Soon enough, inquirers will start appearing in the courtyard. And where will I be? Still standing here, watching you tinker away at a door instead of counting my new half-coins. What does that make me, Tooth? Either she was conserving air or as clueless as a hog. In any case, she had no answer. Guilty! Guilty is what that makes me. So guilty, the chamber won't have to wait months to process our cases. They'll have us boiling in oil by next week. Now, I don't know about you, he said, pausing to address the circle of men who stood around the vault room, but I'm not too keen on that idea. Grunts of agreement followed his words. Tooth had stopped clawing now, falling limp instead. "Give me an hour," she croaked. "Please, Tor." Temza signalled for the shade to drop her. 1 hour, not 1 grain of sand more. Tooth knelt before the vault's door, shaky fingers reaching for her tools. Temza shrugged. An hour he could afford. It gave him time to offer Tal Kayu one last chance. He bent a finger at Danib, and the shade followed him to the corridor. "Don't look at me like that." Temza could feel the measure of his gaze without turning. "It's about time we got a better locksmith." Danib huffed between his steps. "I don't care if she's nice to you. She's holding us back and I won't have it. And speaking of things that are holding us back..." He threw the palmwood door wide open to find his makeshift torture chamber just as he'd left it. Fennec was still in the corner, looking a shade whiter than before. His shoes were splattered with his own vomit. Tal Kayu Nebra lay on the table, her face impassive. So blank, in fact, that for a moment Temza thought she had finally given up and died. Then her glassy eyes shifted to look at him, and he cracked a smile. "How are we feeling, Tal? Ready to sign my sigil's documents yet?" he asked. Her voice was like gravel on a tin roof. "I won't be party to soul-stealing and forgery." "Oh, but you're wrong, Kayu. Very wrong. You see, I haven't even started yet." It was a lie. Temza had started, finished, then started again. The old leather bag still refused to speak. His eyes roamed over the wounds he had already given her, the rough bandages where things had been removed. 25 years he'd been carving obedience into people, and not once had he failed to glean the truth, even when it had been just a hobby. Now it was an art form, and Kayu was in danger of breaking his winning streak. A part of him felt like a child, refused a sweet treat at a bazaar. "You think dying will be a victory? Take it from a soul-stealer, Tal. It won't be." "Yes, it will," Kayu wheezed, "as long as you don't get what you want." What irritated him was that she was right. Short of bringing in stonemasons to hack the vault door from its fixings, without her combinations or signature on Fennec's scrolls, her half-coins, whether in the banks or her vault, would be lost to him. He could only claim whatever treasures lay about her tower. They amounted to an inordinate number of decorative candlesticks and a range of tapestries so ugly Temza wouldn't have used them as rags for his arsehole. His quick mind sorted through his options. Taking such a hoard of coins by force, without a signature or record, would create a glaring inconsistency, even for a bank he was blackmailing. Fennec was already at his wits' end, keeping his father's questions answered. Temza could get by with a pinch of forgery at the soul markets. With a bank, he trod a dangerous line, even with a princess as a benefactor. Cecine could control the chamber only so much. Then there were the rumours. Trial by public was always much swifter than the chamber's justice. Kayu's seal had already been cut from her finger. That was half the problem. Should Temza fake her signature to claim the estate? Well, that was still an option, but all Tors and Tals were required to register their autographs with the banks several times a year to avoid forgery. Temza would be taking a very dangerous guess. Should the chamber start sniffing, the incongruity would sink him. This needed to be done properly, or not at all. Temza moved to his case of sharp things and took his time choosing. He could hear Fennec groaning in the corner. Danib took his usual stand at the Tal's shoulders, ready to hold her down. "I'm still waiting for your worst Tor, Temza," Kayu goaded him. He showed it to her. unabashedly and without hesitation. His hand found the handle of a sickle blade. With a hiss, he plunged it into her wrinkled stomach and wrenched it towards him, bearing her bloody insides to the lamplight. To her credit, Caillou did not scream. The leathery wench just bared her teeth and groaned deep in her throat. Temsa stepped back, knife in hand, and let the shock and blood loss take her. As blood dripped on the floor like a finger tapping a drumskin, he shared a look with Danib, who seemed mildly surprised. "Why? Because she was a stubborn old fuck, that's why. She would not have given us anything. Better to put her out of her misery." Temsa halted, hearing them as well, the uncharacteristic words spilling out of him without the thoughts to back it up. Did he somehow respect the towel's fortitude? Was he going soft? Temsa dismissed the foolish thoughts. Better to punish her for it and not waste any more of my time. Temsa watched the blood pooling around his talons. "Burn it," he said. "Set a fire in her bedroom. Make it look like her addled mind set the place ablaze. Put a few of the guards around as if they died in the fire, then take her and the rest so I can bind them. Cut their tongues. I'll be damned if I don't get some shades out of this. And speaking of..." Danib pointed downstairs, indicating the gathered shades on the level below. "Deal with them. Copper blades. Can't afford to raise suspicion by selling them. If I can't get their coins, they're not rightfully bound to me. I can't bank or weigh them." Temsa pondered as he wiped the knife. As he moved to replace it in its designated hollow in his case, he paused and kept hold of it instead. "Set a fire near the vault, too. Put some furniture against the door. The half-coins will melt, and there'll be fewer tongues for wagging." Danib just shrugged. Temsa suspected if Annie were there, she'd have something to say about the matter. She never liked to see a shade go to waste. It made sense. The more shades Temsa took, the bigger her coin purse. That was all Annie cared about. Though she had the tongue to complain about them, she didn't have the mind for these sorts of games. That was why Temsa had left her in charge of the slab for the night. "See it done, old friend," he ordered. "Oh, Fennec, forgot you were there, man. You are relieved." The sigil immediately ran from the room. Temsa stamped after him, leaving Danib to manhandle the old body from the table. Tooth was still scrabbling at the vault's cogs. Tears had drawn clean lines down her mucky cheeks. She couldn't seem to shake the tremor from her hands. She was concentrating so hard, she only heard Temsa once he was right behind her. The sickle knife hooked around her throat and she froze. "I still have half an hour," she whimpered, fighting not to gulp in case she cut herself. He spoke quietly in her ear. "I've changed my mind." The silence was long and painful. In the end, she managed to stutter a word. "And?" "You're done. I have need of you no more." Temsa paused to let her whimper. "However, you've been party to certain criminal acts, privy to important information. In short, you know too much, Tooth, and I can't have that." Tooth began to shake so violently she came close to slicing her own throat. "Stick out your tongue, Tooth." "No." "Would you rather the alternative?" It took her a few quivering moments, but in the end she made the right decision. With his heavily ringed fingers, Temsa grasped her slimy tongue, pulled it hard and showed it the blade. Tooth collapsed to the floor, hands clamped over her lips, streams of blood running down her forearms. Temsa looked up at the grim and impassive faces of his thugs. "I suggest you make yourselves scarce before you find yourselves on the wrong side of a fire." They needed no encouragement to file from the room, and did so in relative silence. Temsa was left alone with the locksmith, who was now ripping strips from her sleeves to bandage her tongue. "That means you too, Tooth," said Temsa, nudging her with his golden foot. "Don't you dare forget this, Mercy." Tooth garbled something as she scrabbled for the stairs, leaving a trail of blood behind her. Temsa imagined it was a thank you. As he listened to the sound of clomping boots receding, he ground his teeth. Twice now Mercy had interfered. Temsa cursed himself, blaming tiredness. His nights had been sleepless since stepping foot into this infernal tower, and the days had culminated in his first failure. Problems. They hounded him tonight. Now he had another. He was short one locksmith. "Danib!" he bellowed. The shade came lumbering out of the corridor, the old woman's body folded over one steel forearm. "I want you to find out whether Tor Busk has had any luck finding me a locksmith." Danib started towards the door, and Temsa knuckled his temples. "After the fire, of course. Priorities, old friend." The look Danib shot him was as damning as any one of Annie's doubts, and Temsa did not like it. "Don't you give me that. I have my priorities straight." Danib had no reply. He stood as motionless as a statue, the only movement the natural crawl of his vapours between the plates of his armour. Temsa sighed, unable to avoid the stare. "I am simply vexed, for fuck's sake. I thought our Empress-in-Waiting would provide some easier cats to skin than this one. Than her." He motioned towards the dead Keu Nebra. Her eyes were still wide and reproachful. "You know how I despise failure." The shade broke his mimicry of a statue and nodded. Temsa scratched at his beard. "I think I'll go see her. I think an explanation is due if we are to keep the princess on our good side." Danib dropped the body with a crunch. "No, old friend. Alone. You are rather noticeable, and I wish to be discreet. You concentrate on finding that stuck-up fence of mine. Tell Busk that Tor Temsa wants to see him. That'll put a hot poker up his arsehole." Temsa felt the shade's eyes follow him all the way to the door. The weight of their judgment pressed down on him. He put a bit more stamp in his stride, making his foot spark on the worn stone. "Burn it well, Danib. Burn it fucking well." He snorted bitterly on the stairwell when he saw Keu's shades gathered in droves in the atrium, hemmed in by soldiers with copper spears. They all watched him with wide eyes and silence. "Doubt be damned!" Temsa yelled at them, and screams rose to the vaulted ceiling as his soldiers went to work, hacking and slashing until blue mist covered the marble. He would show his doubters their error in time, if they had the stomach to follow him. If they didn't, well... Temsa looked down at the blood streaking his fingers, testament to the kind of judgment he passed. Temsa walked with a clanging purposefulness. Alone, save for his black-clad guards trailing a few paces behind, he could enjoy the dying of the day. The living had a scurry in their steps, unnoticeable to the untrained eye, and to one who didn't know how dangerous evening in the city of countless souls can be. The dead shared no such fear, wearing their black feathers beneath dull eyes, fixed on carrying or working or fetching or whatever menial task they had been laboured with. Temsa's gaze bored into the few who dared to lounge on their master's time, clicking his fingers to goad them back into work. His smart clothes spoke for him, and they sprang back into action. As Temsa stalked through the congestion of King Nepa's bazaar, he watched the stalls dissolve around him, packed away in time with the sinking of the sun. It already lingered between the jagged spines of the western districts. The great towers and pyramids were carving up the city with their vast shadows. The cloud-piercer cast a penumbra so wide and long that several districts to the east must have already thought it was night-time. Temsa walked along the blurry edges of its shadow, enjoying the escape from the heat that emanated from the sand and stone around him. When the blue above had faded to a dusty pink, he reached the base of the mighty cloud-piercer. He craned his old neck to gauge the reach of its spire, as he always did. Its top was beyond view, lost to haze and sheer distance. Instead, Temsa looked to the highroads that spread out from the tower's sides like branches reaching out into a forest of towers. There must have been a dozen on this side of the piercer alone. Carriages clattered high above as they entered the tower under soaring, skull-carved arches. The desire to build had burned within the human breast since the first rock was piled atop another. It was an addiction, an all-consuming impulse. It was why Araxes spread for 100 miles east, west, and south, and why here, at its core, the cloud-piercer challenged the sky. Creation meant domination, bending the rock and earth to one's whims in the effort to create something more. Temsa thought it prudent to respect those who had the same vision of conquest as he had. His soldiers held back to loiter by the grand entrance as Temsa stepped between the queues and marble columns into the cool of the piercer's vast atrium, one of 4 that quartered its vast pyramidal base. Sandstone pillars, some as tall as a noble's tower, held up a domed marble roof that was as white as bleached papyrus. Balconies clung to the stone and spiraled upwards in a mesmerizing pattern. They were the shape of a halved seashell, and each had whale oil lanterns hanging from their balustrades. A dull roar of voices filled the atrium. It seemed everybody wanted to get into the tower, but hardly anybody was allowed. Security was at its utmost. Corps guards lined every available space of wall. Cullis gates hung in banks over the archways. Ballistae and trigger bows sat in mounts on every other balcony. Soldiers ringed the podiums where the piercer's clerks wore tall pointy hats and sat in marble chairs. The clerks were responsible for hearing pleas for entry to the tower's levels. The piercer held many ministries and official centres, but it was also home to a very large number of serfs and richer nobles, those who could afford space in the tower. As such, there was always plenty of business to be done here. It was a mile-high bazaar for the richest of the rich. Temsa joined a short line and adopted a bored expression. The trick to looking rich, he'd recently discovered, was to constantly appear as if everything was beneath him. Queues easily fell into that category. Leave queuing to the skull, he thought. Those buggers seem to have a passion for it. Half an hour must have passed before a shriek pulled Temsa from his reverie. Next! He stepped forwards under the watchful eye of 4 soldiers. As usual, their attention immediately shifted to his foot. Name? Asked the clerk. Tall Temsa, here to consult with Her Majesty the Empress-in-Waiting. Your papers? I have none. Have you been formally invited? I have not. The woman's face, which had previously been puckered up tighter than a fish's arsehole, cracked into an enormous grin. She even went so far as to nudge the guard standing atop her podium and chuckle. You are we? Temsa jutted out his chin. Right. She crooked a finger, and a young messenger in a turquoise tunic came sprinting over. Barely a whisper later, he was on his way again, leaving the podium so immediately it looked as if he had been fired from it. Temsa watched him thread his way through the diminished crowds to the central column, the colossal root of the building above. There, the clockwork and shade-pulled lifts led to the skies. He'll return momentarily. Move aside, the old woman instructed. Next! Temsa spent those moments watching the crowds mill over the patterned marble or loiter between the pedestals holding obsidian statues of dead gods. Each of the deities' heads had been removed, but their bodies allowed to stay, frozen in proud or demure or nimble shapes. Personally, Temsa would have removed the whole lot of them and sold them for scrap. There was a lot of silver to be made in the obsidian trade. The messenger burst from the crowds and scaled the podium to the clerk. He whispered breathlessly in her ear before sprinting back the way he had come. Temsa waited patiently near the podium for the woman to beckon him forwards with her dried twig of a finger.
"No,"
announced the old gatekeeper.
"it appears you have no appointment."
Temsa's hands moved to his hips. "It is very important." The clerk showed the whites of her eyes.
"It always is, Tor. 1,000 times a day I'm told how important this or that matter is. Do you know how many important people there are in this city? Do you? Because to me, it seems the entire population of Araxes deems itself important enough to swagger in here and demand an audience with a noble or a seric or a royal. Know your place. Step aside now, if you please. You have been asked to wait outside."
"What? By who?"
"Did I mumble? The reply ordered you to wait outside. Nothing more. Now, step aside, Tor."
Temsa did as he was told, but with as much scowling and scraping of his claws as possible. The screeching of metal on marble made his spine crawl, but it was worth it to see the clerk and 3 whole queues wince. He had them all cowering by the time he made his exit. Petty, yes, but he was known for pettiness when he was insulted. With the hollering of "Next!" echoing in his ears, he made his way back to the thin plaza that surrounded the base of the cloud piercer. He found his guards slouching up against a marble column, picking their noses and scratching other choice areas. They made a fine target for his anger. "Stand up, little sharp, damn it, and put that fucking flask away," he barked. "Aye, boss," they chorused. At his glare, the corrections came stuttering. "Tor! Tor Temsa! Aye, Tor!" Temsa sighed. "Useless drab pricks, the lot of you. I should have you all fired or given to Annie as toys for her axes. You don't see other nobles' guards acting this way, do you? Look there!" He pointed out a formation of guards marching smartly around their master, some woman with fiery hair. There wasn't a single scratch or dent in their suits of fire-blackened steel. Their boots met the flagstones in perfect time, and they moved with the synchronicity of a flock of starlings. "See?" Temsa hissed. "Please, Tor Temsa, we can shape up." One man had the cheek to whine. After seeing how lightly Tooth had been treated, Temsa didn't blame him. Another had too much cheek, a man with a split lip and scruffy yellow locks. "Just need the silver for it, see?" Temsa stepped up to him, forced to look up at his height. "Are you saying I don't pay you handsomely enough for lounging about, scratching each other's arseholes?" "No, Tor, right. Because that's all I see you doing. You're lucky you're getting any silver at all." Temsa rested one of his claws on the man's boot. The others shuffled away, not wishing to have blood spray them. But Temsa was more civilized than that, especially in the great shadow of the cloud piercer. "Want more coin? Be worth more coin." A polite cough intervened. Temsa whirled to find Cecine's houseshade standing behind him, dressed in a silk suit cut off at the shins. Velvet slippers clad his glowing feet. The golden feather on his chest caught the light of the sunset. Beside it was a seal that caught Temsa's eye. A black circle, crossed daggers, and a desert rose within it. Just like a seal Temsa had taken off a corpse not too long ago. "Interrupting something, am I?" Atane asked. "What is it?" Temsa shut his gaping mouth. "Nothing. Just you, is it? Well,
He adjusted his coat and smirked.
a little training, house shade, nothing more. The living need it too. Shall we?
Attain followed his gesture and led him along the wall until they were between entrances, where it was quieter. Temsa didn't give him a chance to speak.
I came to see Her Highness, and yet I find myself turned away like a commoner. I am an Arctian tour now, and considering our deal...
Had Attain been alive and in possession of spittle, Temsa's face would no doubt have been decorated in it as the manservant launched into a tirade. You cannot simply turn up asking for Her Majesty whenever the mood strikes, Temsa. It is improper and arouses suspicion, and the Empress-in-Waiting will not have it. You are not so high and mighty yet that you have that right. You may be a Tor, Temsa, but you are one of thousands in this city.
I am more than that. You and her best remember it.
Giving orders to a royal now, are we? What's it been? 4 days. Already your head is outgrowing the rest of you.
You mind your tongue, shade.
Temsa had never had a half-life speak to him so. Attain bared 2 rows of perfectly ordered blue teeth. You do not hold sway over me, Temsa. I am not some fresh shade you've scraped off the docks and bound for market. I was a lord of this empire decades before you were even a tingle in your father's mouldy balls.
And look at you now, with a gold feather on your breast.
Shall we continue bickering, or would you prefer to tell me why you came here? Temsa matched Attain's scowl for a moment, testing which one would break first. In the end, it was Temsa, but only out of lack of patience. He hissed.
It's the calibre of the opportunities Her Highness has given me. So far, they are proving unrewarding, time-consuming.
Attain tutted, a strange sound through ghostly lips. I highly doubt that. I helped compile the list. Distant from the core, alone, high-ranked, wealthy, prize targets, some might say.
K.U. Nebra was alone and a wealthy old bag, sure enough, but the vault she had was damn near impregnable. She refused to play nice. She left me no option.
No option? What did you do?
Oh, she's been removed, don't you worry, but the all was barely worth my time.
Attain scoffed. Excuses. Are you sure you don't mean to say these opportunities are proving too difficult for you? Temsa ground his claws against the flagstones, sending a spark flying.
Do you have any real purpose, Shade, or do you just insult people on the Empress-in-Waiting's behalf?
What the fuck is it you want, Temsa? You said you could deliver what Cicene needs, but on the very first try, you fail. Did you just come here to make excuses and grovel? The notion of failure was like a needle in Temsa's throat.
If these are the kind of bounties the Empress-in-Waiting wishes to have taken care of...
He paused, unused to asking favours. He normally just demanded them.
Then I need a new locksmith.
Attain raised an eyebrow. And what do you expect myself or the heir to the throne of the Ark to know of locksmiths? You're the criminal. That's why we hired you.
Keep talking half-life, Temsa growled.
The shade looked around as a group of pale-faced traders came to touch the sandstone flanks of the piercer in reverence. In recent decades, the mighty spire had become a place of pilgrimage for many parts of the Reaches, and these men had reached their journey's end. Once they'd had their moment and wandered on, the damnable shade made a show of thinking. The years had clearly taught Attain many things, but acting didn't seem to be one of them. His whispered tone brought Temsa closer. I might know of one man who could help you. A rather good locksmith, in fact.
He was due to come to the piercer for some business a few weeks ago, but he never turned up. Fallen foul of some soulstealers, or so I hear." "Is that so?" Attain didn't fool him. It appeared the Empress-in-Waiting was in the market for a locksmith. "It's the only explanation." Attain wagged a blue finger in his face. "You're a soul trader, aren't you? Maybe you can track him down." "I can't do anything without a name or description, can I? And even then—" "Basalt. Caltro Basalt." Temsa vaguely remembered the name, but he played dumb. "Caltro Basalt. Heard of him?" "Perhaps. Famous, is he?" "Sounds crass." "That he is. Surprised a man like you hasn't heard of him. He's one of the best in all the reaches. Maybe the best, or so they say. However, if you find him, you must inform us." "Caltro Basalt." Temsa repeated the name as he backed away, too busy thinking to bid the shade farewell. "You think too much of yourself, Temsa. Ambition is a wild horse. Ride it too hard, and it'll turn around to bite you. We can only protect you so much," hissed Attain. Temsa couldn't have cared less for the shade's advice, nor could he care for his guards' oafish looks or stomach their presence any longer. He shooed them away and strode out into the sunset-orange streets alone, eyes downwards and contemplative. "But Tor!" the guards called to him. Another wave, and more threatening gestures saw them gone. Temsa needed silence for his mulling. That was all the mind ever needed, silence and the slow march of steps to knead out an answer. Temsa's answer took just over a mile to come to him. Basalt. He had read that name somewhere, inked into papyrus. He could almost see the face that came with it, a pudgy face, constantly in a petulant scowl. Caltro Basalt. He spoke it aloud. A C and a B. If Temsa wasn't mistaken, they had been Busk's own words. He set his jaw as he looked up at the horizon and saw the first wisps of smoke rising several districts away. Chapter 9. Troublesome Seas. Emperor Pharazar has been a war-maker from the moment he bound his father and took his throne. No other emperor has assigned so many of his half-life stock to military usage. No emperor has built so many troop ships or spent so much silver on arms. But in fairness, nor has any emperor claimed as much territory in as little time as he, not for several centuries. An internal note from the Chamber of Military Might. The morning held a fierce heat, as if the sun was exceptionally eager to get on with its business of roasting the earth and those forced to crawl upon it. The chill breeze washing off the troublesome sea did nothing to ease it. The glitter of the waves exacerbated the glare, making fleeting miniature suns on every swell. It blinded the eye even under the shade of an umbrella. Cecine held no love for the sea, as she knew many of her subjects did. It held some men's attentions, like the promise of a witch, but for her it was a wetter kind of desert. Merely something for her gaze to sweep over as she looked out from her balconies. This morning, however, she knew a little of the wonder the sea held. Not because of its shining blue, its power, or its unknown edges, but because of what was travelling across it. That was why she stood on the very edge of the stone quay with her entourage spread behind her, her eyes fixed on the warships. They were taking their sweet and merry time getting into the harbour.
Something to do with tacking against a cross-shore wind, or so a Sarek by Cecine's side informed her. He was mistaken if he thought her impatience was down to lack of knowledge. A ship was either at sea or tucked into a harbour. Whatever happened in between was unimportant to her. Oars were put to work as golden sails were taken in. As the warships turned, great painted eyes on their sleek bows leered at the gathering on the quayside. They were old eyes, chipped and salt-gnawed, but defiant in their glowers. Scars of countless battles could be seen across the warships' hulls, scorch marks from naphtha, arrow cuts, and deep dents from disagreements with other vessels. The once sharp points to their prows looked like tree stumps used for practicing swinging an axe. It took an age for them to sidle up to the quay. The warships rose high above the small crowd, and not just in their thick, slanted masts. Weapons, armour, and cargo were the only weight an Arctian warship carried, one of the benefits of crewing ships with the dead. The only living souls aboard were the captain, the soldier general, and a cook to keep them fed. It was what made the Arctian navy the most dangerous in the far reaches. The soldier general was leaning over the bulwark. He hollered down to the hands on the quayside waiting to catch and tie off heavy lines. There was a squeak as the bundles of reeds positioned between the water and the stone caught the ship's weight and saved their sides a few more scratches. Boards were lowered and leaned at sharp angles. Orders were issued, and Cecine heard the responding clank of armour. Shades began to flow down the gangplanks in single file, each of them a facsimile of the soldier behind. They wore identical helms, tall and ridged with spikes. Simple steel plate armour covered them, and beneath that, smocks of royal turquoise bleached to a pastel shade by sun and salt. Round shields, embossed with a crossed feather and spear, hung in one hand, tridents in the other. Curved short swords were strapped to their hips. The beat of their march carried them to dry land. Not a word was uttered. Training, not orders, ushered them into smart lines. Once several hundred shades had flooded the quayside, colouring the white stone a light blue, the captain and soldier general disembarked. The captain was a rotund man, but he walked in a way that suggested a lot of muscle hid beneath his fat. He had a face like a wineskin left in the heat, adding years that he didn't own. The soldier general was a skinnier man, wearing finer armour than his soldiers, and more of it too, as those who gave orders were wont to do. He wore a skirt of mail and a giant plumed helm with a small window for his red and sweaty face. The tight-fitting steel gave him the look of a pig being squeezed through two fence posts. Both of them prostrated themselves on the warm stone before the Empress-in-waiting. One of her guards took the sword the general was proffering. It was customary for every officer to surrender their weapon when standing before royalty, an old rule born out of a history that featured far too many military coups. "Rise," she said to them.
"Thank you, Majesty." "Thank you."
Cecine waved to the leather-faced captain. "You may attend to whatever nautical duties need your attention, Captain. I only need the general." The man in question bowed again.
"Soldier General Hachette, Majesty."
She couldn't care less.
"Care to view your soldiers, Highness?"
Cecine vacated the shadow of her umbrella and followed the officer towards his soldiers. As she began to tour their glowing ranks, Hachette hovered nervously. She could almost hear the words fighting to get out of his mouth. Her eyes roved lazily across each of the soldiers, counting the dents in their steel or the white scars punctuating the vapours on their necks and forearms. Their white eyes were glazed, fixed on the horizon. There was one aspect of Shade armies she did enjoy, and that was the lack of stink. Living soldiers tended to carry an odour with them, sweat, fear and trench dirt. These shades carried only the smell of sea salt and blade oil. Another benefit was that most of these shades were mute. Their tongues had been cut out with a copper knife to make sure they could only follow orders, not give them. Spreading dissent was hard without a tongue. "How many have you brought me, General?"
352, 11 phalanxes. The rest are still fighting in the Scatter Isles under Lord General Marek.
"And what battles have you fought in the name of my father's ambition?"
9 successful bouts in Wyld territory, 1 defeat, battled shade pirates in the northern Scatter for the last year.
"What about law-keeping, in a city or town?"
We held the fortress of Zante for several weeks, both against siege from the outside and revolt from the inside.
"How did you manage it?"
Executed every last traitor, bound them to replenish your army and the Emperor's cause."
"Traitors? In my army?" Hachetti's window of a face puckered even tighter.
"A shade soon forgets his or her past under my command, Your Highness."
He rapped his gauntlet against his breastplate, and every phalanx knocked swords and tridents together in almost perfect unison. Cécine was quickly tiring of the heat. She could feel her eye paint melting. She clicked a finger at Attain, who ran forwards with her umbrella. "That is what we need in this city, General. Order and obedience. There is a war raging here, Soldier General Hachetti, make no mistake. Just look there on the horizon, where a Tal's tower burned long into the night. Set ablaze by criminals or carelessness, who can tell?" She pointed at the blackened stub of a circular tower, still haloed in smoke. She knew it to be the former, but she wasn't about to reveal that. "In any case, it is a sign that this city is slipping into chaos." Hachetti hummed in the pause.
"Majesty, allow me to assure you
I will tell you when you may speak. This may be a war, General, but it is a war unlike those you fought before. This is a war not fought in lines and ranks on a field, but on the streets of our own grand capital. The battlefield is all around us, and the enemy could be any of your fellow Arctians. This is a war against injustice and greed, a war for the protection of the tenets and the code. I need to know, do you think you and your shades are fit to fight such chaos?" The General bobbed his head, unsure if he was allowed to speak. She waved a hand, and he blurted his reply as if he had been holding his breath.
"Of course, Your Majesty. We will do whatever is needed."
Another click of her fingers brought a sweaty, pink-faced Chamberlain Rebene scuttling from her retinue. He looked like the very definition of sweltering. His tar-black hair glistened with sweat. Cécine half expected the tattoos on his neck and face to start running. "Chamberlain Rebene is now your direct superior, General. His orders and those of his magistrates are my orders. Understand? Together, you will do whatever it takes to purge this city of its injustice," Cécine ordered. Rebene didn't look as if he liked the sound of that, but it may have just been the heat getting to him. He wasn't a man who saw a great deal of the outdoors. Hachetti looked no more pleased to be twinned with a bureaucrat. Cécine caught his eyes measuring the Chamberlain's silk robes and manicured hands and inwardly sighed. It was the stubborn right of men who had seen and lived through war to reserve their respect for others who had done the same. It was why every royal who had ever sat on the Empire's throne spent at least a year in a courtyard training with the sword. It earned some respect from the Lord Generals and the Chamber of Military Might, and made it harder for a royal to be murdered. Cécine had insisted on her own 3 years of training for that exact reason. "Do you understand, Hachetti?" she said. Once more he prostrated himself.
"Completely, Majesty."
"Rebene, you look unsure."
I..."
His mouth flapped around in answer.
This is still just so unusual, so irregular. Soldiers have not patrolled the streets for hundreds of years. Surely, Emperor for...
Cecine skewered him with a practised look, sharp and cold.
My father, the Emperor, is a wise man. He knows better than anyone that these are irregular days, Chamberlain Rebene, and that such days call for irregular steps. Do not be so naive to think that the world can stay the same forever. Change is survival. Refusal to change is the mark of ruin. If you do not believe me, I would suggest asking the empires that came before the Ark. But alas, they are no more than dust.
She let her point sink in like the tip of a dagger.
Have these soldiers marked as officers of the chamber, and have your man Hellas put them to good use?
Woman, Majesty. Scrutinizer Hellas is a woman.
At the Empress-in-Waiting's uninterested stare, Rebene added,
And yes, right away.
He bowed along with Hachette, and Cecine swept away, leaving them there between the glowing ranks.
Atene matched her long-legged stride, keeping the umbrella over her all the way to her litter, which was waiting behind a small army of royal guards. Silk-draped shades in masks waited beneath stout poles, ready to carry the construction of mahogany and silver filigree. Atene gifted another servant with the umbrella, and then perched on the edge of the litter as it was hoisted up.
Cecine didn't say a word to him. Not during the sweltering canter through the alleyways of the high docks, and not during the shaded walk beneath the awnings of the crowded spoke avenues, some of the oldest streets in Araxes, palm-lined and thick with gawping tourists. Musicians stood in worn alcoves, plying pipes or arguls. The hot air was thick with spices, the catch of chilies at the back of the throat, and the silkiness of cinnamon and cumin to tickle the nose. They wafted from tavern doors and stands where oil-drenched and skewered things roasted over coals. Between the drip and hiss of fat, merchant stalls sold scarves that floated on the sea breezes and poured at passers-by. Every now and again, one scarf would grow too bold and touch a nearby coal. It would vanish in a burst of smoke, and an argument would ensue between merchants and thick Arctian tradees. Clapping abounded from swathes of oafish tourists, too used to a bucolic homeland, too foreign to recognise a fight when they saw one. Half of them were already pink with sunscorch, the other half would likely be dead by dawn. Cecine watched it all, holding a finger to part of the litter's chainmail curtains, anything to endure Atene's silence. His punishment for blabbing to Temsa about Basalt had been hers to dole out, and yet somehow it felt as if she were the one being penalised for his loose tongue. It was the staring, like the rapt eyeballing of a pitiful hound, ever present and practised for decades. She had bid him be silent and chosen to ignore his presence, and yet Atene repaid her with that look. It was infuriating, and more so because she was wise to his game. After 120 years dead, he knew exactly how to deal with his masters and their punishments, and that was to be either as vital or as annoying as possible, depending on the situation. It was why he was the freest indentured shade she had ever known. Patient was a word not usually found near her name, spoken, written, or otherwise. Yet today it was Cecine's new mantra. The weapon of silence was a difficult one to wield for those unused to it, but she was set on victory. She had gone an hour, maybe more, when Atene loudly cleared his throat and caused her to flinch. Even in that minuscule way, she had acknowledged his existence. It was a cheap trick, and it made her roll onto her shoulder and poke her head through the chainmail. At least there she could drown in the noise of the avenues. As they entered the finer districts, the buildings reached higher, as if in praise of the cloud-piercer. The tourists and traders faded, replaced by those of a richer kind, tours and tales, wealthy business owners, bankers, veterans, once Lord Generals or Admirals, celebrities of music or art. They took their turn to clog the streets. Like Cecine, each was encircled in their own rings of guards. Though clothes and face paint could lie when it came to status, the cut of a person's guards were a better measure for how many half-coins they had banked. Guards were pure fashion in Araxes. The first purchase anyone with coin made was either a guard or a lockbox. Those who went without soon found out why security was so popular, and usually they found out too late to do anything about it. The city of countless souls devoured the weak and foolish. Though Cecine's litter lacked any royal glyphs or seals, the turquoise plumes and fine gold armour of the royal guard drew plenty of stares. As soon as one bystander had the smarts to bow, the rest followed suit. A wave of respect followed her like a wake behind a keel. It was for this reason Cecine refused her guard's suggestion to take the high roads back to the piercer, as any royal would. The adoration was worth the danger. The Empress-in-waiting sat straighter to smile and left a hand in the sun to wave casually. A royal should never spurn her subjects, even in a world that demanded only wealth as the right to rule, rather than royal bloodlines. Her sharp mind found names for the faces she recognized behind the wall of golden shields. Tal Rasalp, up and coming, so they say. Tal Sheput, down and drowning. Arak Nor, so-called finest voice in the Ark. Sarek Warist, useless sack of whining shit. Tor Farret, gotten fat in his old age. Admiral Nilo, the champion of Twaraza, looking very good for his age. And Sarek Boone. The shade was standing on the balcony of a building wedged between two towers. He was leaning on the balustrade, overlooking the street by a single floor. His glow was pale in the hot morning light, but Cecine could see his white eyes returning her stare. It was not his impertinence that infuriated her, or that he had made no attempt at a bow. It was that he did not stand alone. Two shades stood behind him. They wore white feathers on their breasts, as Boone did. Their long robes were a deep scarlet, knotted with silver rope, and their hoods were drawn back to show bald heads. There was a fourth shade beside them, and it was a rare sight. The dead hound sat at heel, leashed by leather cored with copper. The animal glowed a deep dark blue, and its eyes were piercing white. Sharp, upright ears made a right angle of its long snout. Its vapours outlined the curve of thick muscle. Cobalt fangs poked from its lips. This was no strange-bound locked into a living body, but a phantom, a pure-bound shade of an animal. Cecine hadn't seen a phantom in more than a decade, not since her childhood, when the Emperor had bought her a blue jay that glowed white when it sang. Her father had sent it away for singing too loudly and too constantly. If she remembered rightly, that had made her cry, and that had made her father even madder. It took immense effort to bind the shade of an animal, never mind binding it in a stable state. It only worked with smarter or larger animals already accustomed to humans. It had never worked with wild animals, though many had apparently tried. 500 years ago, phantoms had been the fashion of the day, but it only took so many stories of phantoms turning on their owners to erode their popularity. They were unpredictable, largely because they struggled to reconcile their minds with their ghostly forms. Spooked dead things could be just as dangerous as spooked living things, if not more. Since then, the Nixites had lost the art, as they had with dead binding and strange binding. As fascinating as the phantom was, it was not what held Cecine's attention. The two shades were the subject of her interest. Cecine needed no more reasons to despise the cult, but it was the habit of a hate-filled mind to seek out more reasons to affirm the hatred, however banal. That was why many prejudices refused to erode, no matter how many years passed. She refused to let her hate die. It was as steadfast as the cloud piercer. She watched the figures until her litter turned around a corner. Staring straight ahead, Cecine waved mechanically as her mind churned over possibilities for why Boone would be with two of the cult, and so close to the core districts as well. Since the cult's banishment, she had occasionally spotted a scarlet robe between the tight gaps of the mighty towers, or preaching the glory of Sesh on a street corner, feet on a crate. Cecine always made a point of having her guards move them on. 20 years had done nothing to blunt her abhorrence of the cult. She had watched with her own eyes how they had weaseled their way into the piercer, then the cloud court, and then her grandfather's ears, all the while having the gall to call themselves a church. Millicent's foolishness and greed had cost him his life, and at the hands of his own son. Her father. Cecine had learnt a valuable lesson the day her father had taken to the turquoise throne, leaving smears of blood across the crystal. Trust nobody, not even family. Part of her yearned to turn her litter around, to have her guards take the building and muscle the cultists into the street, make an example of them. She would spit on them and show the crowds how fiercely the royals' dislike of the cult still burned, and how little the city cared for their talk of dead gods. The order hovered on her tongue, but some better judgment kept it from creeping further. Perhaps it was Atane's eyes, still gazing at her, but now with a different glint to them. No, they seemed to plead. Cecine felt the angling of the litter as the carriers began to climb the slight mound the cloud piercer was built on. Atane chose that moment to leave her side and walked on ahead. He didn't join her again until an hour later, once she emerged from the jagged doors of the shade lifts high at the top of the piercer. Cecine found him loitering in the corridor outside her chambers, head bowed. Was all she gave him, sweeping past and heading for her balcony. She needed to gaze down on the city instead of crawling through its dusty streets full of morons and traitors. A petty assertion of dominance, perhaps, but what else were towers built for? The breeze was fierce and tugged at her braided black locks. She felt Atane standing behind her. His cold washed over her in the rushing air. "Why?" she asked. "Why what, your radiance?" Why would Boone be standing with two shades from the cult? Enlightened sisters, no less. I was only a child, but I still remember them, the heads of their foul order. They are easy enough to make out. Silver rope around scarlet cloth, heads as bald as eggs, a haughty look that only centuries dead can teach. Tell me I'm wrong. Atane came to stand at her side, hands resting on the railing. I can't, but how should I know what business Boone has with them? His voice was not argumentative, but rather low, ponderous. It infuriated her more. Cecine didn't speak with Atane's level of calm. Because you were a cultist once. You know their minds, their wily, fetid little minds. I did once, perhaps, but no longer. I have not had contact with the cult since your grandfather died, unless you count that hulk of a shade that belongs to Temsa. Don't you dare speak that name so lightly. I still haven't forgiven you for setting our new tour onto our missing locksmith. I gave you no such order. Atane bowed his head. As I said, your grandioseness, I thought Temsa would have the best chance of finding our locksmith. Then, when the time is right, we procure him from Temsa and continue with the original. Cecine screeched in his face. Forget the locksmith! Nobody can open the sanctuary but the Emperor. Haven't you realised that yet?
The plan was a gamble from the start, and I will not waste any more time on Caltro Basalt while Boone and the cult plot away behind my back." She took a breath, feeling more than the sun heating her cheeks. "You forget yourself, Half-Life. You make decisions you have no right to make, believing you have a say over my plans. You dare to treat me like you treated my mother. You overstepped the mark, and I won't have it." The Shade did not look at her. He spoke to the floor. "More silent treatment, Princess." "Duties!" Cecine cried. "Duties aplenty. For a start, you can see to the cleaning of the Cloud Court before session tomorrow. And by cleaning, Etain, I mean the entire hall. By yourself. Not a single house shade at your bidding." Etain kept his mouth shut, and wisely so. The dark glow about him suggested any words he uttered now would be regretted. Cecine cocked her head as a question, and that broke him, sending him packing into the corridor with a low growl. Cecine couldn't resist smiling at his back. She could play her own games, and hers didn't stop at forlorn staring. Now that Cecine was alone, she took deep breaths, steadying her heart. Her gaze wandered east and north, between the outsprawls and the faraway smudges of islands. Her mother had crept back into her mind of late, usually at dawn, when dreams faded into dust motes and shafts of sunlight. Cecine would wonder where she was, whether she was actually in Crass or a beach in the scatter, or if it was all some elaborate hoax and she was simply hiding in the Emperor's sanctuary with him. Cecine snorted. If that were the case, then one or both of them would be dead by now. There had never been any love between them to lose. Not that she could remember, anyway. Outwardly, they were a noble, regal couple. In private, they were as incendiary as oil and flame. Cecine could count 1,000 nights they had spent spitting and hissing like cats stuck in a barrel. She had spent most of her 22 years waiting for one of them to move from words to a dagger, but it had never happened. What irritated Cecine was not knowing. If her plans were a neatly woven cloth, her mother was a frayed end she longed to snip off. Basalt. His name flitted through her mind. She swept from the railing and marched towards her bedchamber. Using the keys around her neck, she prized the padlocks from her steel chest. Inside, the mahogany and iron box was already lying open. Cecine took the silver bell from its velvet cradle and, holding it with both hands, returned to the balcony. She held it aloft to make its feather and storm cloud patterns shine in the sun. Clang! The note was piercingly high and clear. Clang! 6 bells the falcon had instructed. Clang! 6 bells and he would return at his own speed. Clang! Clang! Cecine wondered where he had got to, and how far a falcon could fly in 2 weeks. He could have been in Skull by now, or Bellish. It could take another week for him to wing his way back. The bell hovered high once more, teetering. It must have been long enough. Clang, 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 clang! Patience had never been one of her virtues. I don't give a shit if you're hungry. You heard what the man said. Poisonous. Nilith sounded it out for emphasis. Her finger was so close to the falcon's face she was almost tickling his chin. Basalt just stared back at her, golden eyes narrow and defiant. The bargeman repeated himself once more, shouting from the tiller, Blacktooth'll rot you from the inside out, I say. Only fish that eats you after it's dead. You know it won't kill me, Basalt replied, loud enough so that only Nilith could hear. Nilith nodded. True, but I've already got a sick horse. I don't want a sick bird. We need your eyes to tell us what's coming, or what's behind. So, please, don't eat the fish. Basalt squawked deep in his throat, the bird version of a growl. Fine,
but I swear to the dead gods, the next fucking sparrow or doom pigeon that rears its head, I'm catching it, and you ain't getting any." His muttering became inaudible as he hopped away down the barge's rail and flapped into the sky. "Bloody recalcitrant bastard," Nilith sighed. She chose an infinitely more pliant beast instead, and settled down by Anoish's side. The horse lifted his head, sprightlier than he had been in days, but still weepy-eyed and stiff. She patted his ribs, feeling the rise and fall of his breath and the rumble of his stomach. It was calming, and she half closed her eyes. At the tiller, Girab cleared his throat with an inordinate amount of noise. "That horse ain't ready to run yet." I know, a few days yet," replied Nilith, helping Anoish to stretch out his injured leg, then rolled to his front. Twice he tried to stand, but the wallowing of the barge made it harder, and twice the leg crumpled to the knee. "Perhaps it's just numb," Nilith quietly prayed. "Maybe fewer. He's a tough bastard." Anoish snuffled at that. She wished she had something to feed him besides a bowl of poisonous fish. Why Girab let her catch the spiny little beasts before telling her, Nilith wasn't sure. Perhaps he wanted to alleviate some of her boredom, and it had worked for a time, but it hadn't changed the fact they were starving. They'd pushed the barge day and night since their escape from the ghouls. They'd had no rations besides those they had run with and the scraps Girab kept aboard, and they were long gone. They had fresh river water, which was always a pleasure in the desert, and if she grew even hungrier, plenty of splinters to gnaw on. At least they weren't being chased. Nilith felt the horse take an extra deep breath and exhaled with him. Basalt had seen nothing of Krona and her ghouls. Perhaps the river led too far north for their interest. Maybe their crater on the firespar called to them, or Krona had succumbed to rot and pain. Whatever the reason, Nilith was glad for it. Since leaving Calduat, the Ashti had become steadily busier. Before, Nilith and the others had gone half a day without seeing another person on the water. Now, a boat or a barge passed them every hour. It was fortunate the river had also widened in recent miles. The Ashti was no longer a quiet, secluded rift cutting through the desert like mould through cheese. All manner of craft now filled its waterway. Wizened old fellows on flat rafts like Girab's, empty stone barges heading back to the White Hell, patchwork dinghies filled with laughing children, fishermen on reed coracles, lines on their bare toes and cotton hats tipped over their faces. At intervals along the Ashti's gutter-like cliffs, desert folk had built their strange homes. Flimsy ladders and balconies crisscrossed the stone, while dwellings of woven reed and frond bulged outwards like mollusks left high and dry. In one case, the house was actually an old beetle carapace, hollowed out and suspended from the cliff on ropes. Older residents had gone so far as to mine holes in the sandstone, like swallows building nests in a riverbank. Long poles hung overhead, bound with twine and hooks and patchwork nets. Buckets hung on ropes from their makeshift homes. They moved in constant rotation as water was hoisted up to the desert, presumably for sale or for farming. Nilith attempted to barter with a few for food, but with only a rusty trident to offer, she was ignored by every tiny settlement. "This is impossible. How do you survive, Girab?" "South of my hut, there was a village spread over the Ashti, where the river gets so narrow that two barges can't pass. Safe from raiders and soulstealers there, not like these folk." Girab nodded towards another web of ladders and ropes spilling over the cliff edge. Nilith looked up at them, watching a woman trying to bathe two naked babes with much difficulty and howling. They seemed pretty settled. "For now," the bargeman grunted. "They hide here until the next band of soulstealers come along. Those who survive move on. So it goes." As he spoke,
Nilith noticed there wasn't a single nail or dab of mortar in the handful of mollusk-like dwellings. Everything was reed or woven palm frond, equally easy to pack up and take or leave behind.
Lions don't come to watering holes to drink, Majesty. They come to eat the beasts that do.
Nilith caught the eye of a man above, possibly the babe's father. His gaze was unblinking, and followed her until the river had taken them downstream. Only then did he take his hands from the axe he'd been holding. Why don't they leave?
And go where? Nowhere's safe in the Empire. Just bits of it are less dangerous. Isn't any law out here, no more than there is in your city. That is their home for now. Let them enjoy what little peace they can afford.
Nilith pursed her lips, watching the family disappear behind a spur of rock. It's not fair, she said, gripping her trident.
The world ain't been right since binding entered it, Majesty.
Her answer was just a whisper. Precisely.
Where are we, anyway? Called a voice.
It had been so long since Pharazar had spoken, Nilith had almost forgotten the ghost was there. They must have been his first words since Nilith had fished him out of the river, trembling with anger. He was now ensconced in a corner with his knees drawn into his chest and his arms wrapped around his legs, glowing darkly and moodier than ever. Girab took a measure of the sun and the curve of the river.
We can't be nearing Silex Springs already, he said.
For the first time since he'd taken them on as passengers, the bargeman looked unsure.
But we are. Must be flowing quicker than I thought.
You lost, old peasant, Pharazar challenged him.
Truth be told, you're the first passengers I've had in 2 summers, and they all wanted to go south. Haven't been this far north in... well, I can't remember.
The ghost huffed. And how exactly does one tell when it's summer in this despicable fire pit? Girab was unimpressed.
Maybe you can, Emperor, from your ivory tower, but we desert folk can.
He turned back to Nilith.
In a few miles, there's another jetty and a hut. Silex a bargeman like me. Or, at least he was. Could be long dead now.
He wiggled a finger in his ear.
If we're lucky, some of Silex's sons will still tend the barge. They might have victuals. If not, the springs are named after a nearby patch of palms and grass. Could be some fruits or leaves.
Let's hope so.
We'd better. Last place before the river starts curving back east.
Nilith chuckled dryly. I'll take an empty stomach over one full of sharp steel any day, Girab. It's good to be clear of...
Trouble!
Came a screech from above. Basalt came crashing back to the deck like a meteor. Nilith jumped in fright. Dead God's bird! Basalt winked.
Just imagine if you were a hare or a mouse.
Nilith crossed her arms, secretly digging her nails into her palms. Perhaps when I have the time for such luxuries as daydreaming, I will. For now, I'm more interested in what you mean by trouble. He held up a pinion feather.
Don't get too fucking excited now. Could be nothing. Could be just a bunch of fast-moving nomads.
What did you see?
I saw a dust cloud to the south. Thin, but coming this way. I wanted to warn you first before...
But Basalt trailed off, golden eyes fading out of focus, beak hanging agape.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Not now!
Nilith felt a twinge in her gut at his urgent tone. What is it? What did you see? The falcon whacked its head with his wings.
Please, just 6! Please, I fucking swear!
Basalt, what did you see, damn it? He seemed to be fighting something, straining to speak.
Dust cloud. Riders, maybe. 20 or so, dressed in black and grey, only No! That bitch rang 9!
Basalt cracked. That was the only word for it. A dark rift appeared in his chest, and he folded into it with a wretched shriek. The rift
disappeared with the crack of a whip, leaving the air to wobble in the spot where the falcon had been perched not a moment ago. Feathers and down fell like fat snowflakes. It took some time for the barge's passengers to tear their eyes away from the empty space.
Did he?
Girab stuttered.
Does he do that often?
Nilith dug her teeth out of her bottom lip. I think it's something to do with his bond, his half-coin.
What does that mean? Pharazar yelled at her. It means Cecine's summoned him, dragged him all the way to Araxes, damn it!
Nilith ignored the fresh worry knotting her stomach and attended to other matters.
What's more important is what Bazell was about to say. A dust cloud, but only what? Did he mean 4, 5, 50? Did he mean to say miles or minutes?
She clutched her sandy, matted hair. Anoish whinnied, turning his snout to the river and staring forlornly at the canyon walls as though they were prison bars. The bargeman had no answer for Nilith, just a scowl. Only Pharazar spoke up.
I was on the cusp of believing you were a warrior, afraid of nothing. Yet here you are, whining about a little dust cloud like a coward, he hissed.
Nilith moved so her shadow fell over him. I ought to make you go ashore first, then. You can play scout, and you'd better pray that dust cloud is not the ghouls heading us off. The ghost's face spread into a broad smile like that of a street clown.
Praying is for the foolish. Look at you, after all, and everything praying's brought you.
Intolerable man. Nilith swept away, leaving him blinking in the sunlight.
How far to the springs, Girab?
Hour, maybe less.
Nilith retreated to the bulwark to watch the water slip by. Gone was the foul sewage of the Calduat quarry, and it was a blurry crystal once again, summer blue streaked black by fish riding the currents. "Damn that meddling daughter of mine," she whispered, low so only the horse could hear. Even out here, still hundreds of miles from the cloud piercer, Cecine was still making her life painfully difficult.
What? What could you possibly fucking want to...
A finger flicked him square in the beak, which to the falcon was like a soft punch. Bazell flapped his dishevelled wings, almost slipping from the railing. The magic of his summoning always somehow found him a perch. It was considerate like that, considering how cruel it was in most other areas.
"We had a deal,"
he complained nasally. Cecine's face was puckered with displeasure. Her arms crossed over a smart gown of blue and black. Powder crystal covered her lips. Her raven hair streamed freely in the wind. Despite the golden paint that swirled around her emerald eyes, she looked weary, lacking sleep.
I refuse to wait any longer for news. For all I know, you've been sunning yourself on the beaches of Eid or island hopping across the scatter.
For your information, Princess, I've been very bloody busy indeed. In fact, before you rudely summoned me, I had just picked up your mother's trail. Now I have lost it. It'll take me a...
Where is she?
Bazell loathed being interrupted. After 200 years strange-bound, he had learned that the living never truly listened. They merely waited for their turn to speak. Cecine clearly wasn't fond of waiting. Bazell also knew the trick to lying was not replacing the truth, but bending it. "She's in the south." The question spewed from Cecine.
South? What is she doing in the south and not in Crass? Where in the south?
He sighed, speaking slowly as if trying to talk sense into a drunkard.
"I don't know. Like I said, I've only recently tracked her down."
"Where?"
"Outside of Kemsa."
At Cecine's blank look, he sighed.
"Where in the fuck is that, you ask? As I was saying, 600 miles south, east of Bellish, at a crossing of a river called Ran."
"And what is that lying swine of a woman doing there?"
The falcon had to pause here. There were two answers, and the choice was a difficult one. He could either rattle the princess or pacify her, and every moment he spent weighing them, Cecine became more suspicious. The other trick to lying was not taking too long to answer. Basalt decided to keep her guessing. Let the bitch stew and wring her fingers, he thought. She deserved it. Heading back north, by the looks of it, or east up the coast to Cruss. Her eyes narrowed. Not so certain, are we? The falcon shrugged. Not certain at all. There are many roads through the long suns. How did you find her? Basalt rattled off a few faraway places for good measure. Heard about a woman travelling with many guards in a souk south of Far district. They said south, not east. Then, in the steppes, in Obatwe, saw a caravan trading with shiny Araxes silver. I had just found the river crossing outside of Kemsa and the tracks of a small group heading north. I followed them and saw her eyes, green, just like yours, unmistakable. Now I might have lost her for good, and whose fault is that? Cecine moved away from him, teeth and fists clenched. You had better not, otherwise there'll be no reward for you at the end of this. Basalt was glad it was hard for birds to smile. Nonetheless, the corner of his beak still curved. I guess I'd better go all the way back out there then. You guessed correctly, Bird. I must know what that woman is doing in the long sands. It makes no sense to me, and it makes me all the more suspicious. Now go, and be quick about it. I don't want to have to summon you again. That makes two of us, Princess. With that, just as the back of Cecine's hand was swinging towards him, Basalt dove from the railing with his wings folded and dropped like a spear towards the distant flagstones. Chapter 10. Old Wounds and Broken Bonds. Never turn your back on an Arctian, even when he's dead. Old crass proverb. The jetty looked totally abandoned. No barge waited patiently against it. Sand eddied across its warped planks. The discarded ropes hanging from its sides were rotten or frayed, and the whole thing exhibited a distinct leftward lean. Nilith looked back to Girab, who gave his trademark shrug. The trident she held in her fists did nothing to steady her heart. It thudded so hard she could feel it in her eyes, making her vision pulse. She dearly wished Cecine had not taken Basalt away. Doesn't look like Psylocke or his son stuck around, she called over her shoulder to the bargeman. Her stomach growled at the announcement. Girab sniffed. We better hope the spring's not barren. With great washes of the oar-like tiller, he slowed the barge and turned it into the calmer shallows. They collided with the jetty with a thud, and the impact shook them all. A loop rope saw to keeping the barge in place. Girab kept his hand on the tail of the knot, ready to yank it loose at any moment. I'll be here, he said, waiting. Nilith bowed her head in thanks. You don't have to do this, you know, to come this far, to help this much. The bargeman cackled. Oh, I'm not doing it out the goodness of my own heart, Majesty. I'm doing it because I know what a fat purse of gems I'll get for all these miles under the keel. Keeping you alive protects my investment. Now you hurry up. He added a wink, and Nilith smiled. Anoish was fixed on getting to dry land, beating both her and Pharazar to the rough wood of the jetty, even though his legs were stiff as fence posts. He tottered on, and by the time plank turned to dust, he had some of his usual gait back. His injured haunch still dropped slightly, and Nilith wondered if it would ever be right again. Pharazar, tend to Anoish. Girab, I'll be back shortly, and watch that ghost. Trident bobbing, Nilith jogged up the slope, stumbling awkwardly. The steep ground felt entirely too solid for her liking. It had no sway to it at all. The shaded passage hadn't been cut into the canyon rock by hands and picks, but by water, long since dried up or diverted. She trod on whirls where waterfalls had poured and splashed, or whirlpools had spun. Nilith was out of breath by the time she broke into sunlight and hot desert. There was a fragrance of palms and water on the hot breeze, and it stirred her empty stomach. A bowshot away, the small oasis called to her thirst, but her practicality pulled her instead towards the thimble-shaped hut perched on the lip of the canyon wall. Before she moved, she looked south. There was a dust cloud indeed, just as the falcon said, but it had trailed west and was already fading into a haze. Hooves and riders, sure enough, but who they belonged to she could not say for sure. Plenty of nomads and soul trains crossed the carpet of dunes that sat between the city and the steppes. Nilith turned north and felt her breath catch in her throat as she saw the vast smudge of Araxes sitting like a mountain range on the horizon. At its middle, it reached for the sky in one sharp thrust. The cloud piercer. Girab had brought them much closer than she had thought, but the city's size belied the distance. There were still many miles left. The hut. She loped towards the mound of plaster and river stones. It looked out over the Ashty and had a squat door in its backside. Its white plaster was flaking away, revealing the brown pebbles and dried reeds beneath. As with Girab's hut, it seemed dead to the world, but Nilith was now wise to the silence of bargemen and how they liked to pounce with tridents. "Is there anybody there? I mean no harm, just here to barter for supplies. We've come north with Girab." Only the breeze answered her, stirring sand around her feet. Her heart thudded in the silence. Nilith decided to poke around, trident held out and ready to jab. Her mouth was infernally dry. The door opened easily. It was unlocked and only held in place by rust. The air that wafted out was musty and breathtakingly hot. The plaster was failing to do its job of reflecting the sun. The hut appeared to have been ransacked long ago, and whatever couldn't be killed, eaten, melted down, or sold had been cast on the floor and stamped on. A few fist-sized beetles tussled over a bone on the floor. Silak's sons were either long dead or long gone. In their absence, sand had crept under the door and through the palm frond shutters, decorating everything in a fine coat of yellow. As Nilith escaped into the relative cool of the day, she heard the clop of Anoish's hooves on the rock. His skewbald snout emerged into the light, a happy gleam in his eye at being a horse again rather than a lump of cargo. Nilith looked south once more and saw the dust trail had all but vanished now. Nothing except wavering heat lines. "What was that bird on about?" she asked aloud. Anoish snuffled. She beckoned the horse towards the oasis, jogging to get him to trot alongside her. There was a limp in his stride, but she did her best to ignore it, as he did. His head was high and proud, black mane waving, and that was all that mattered. The breeze blew harder under the shade of the palms. The scent of grass filled Nilith's nostrils, and pollen scratched her throat. Her feet swished through grass that grew taller the closer it was to the scrap of water. There was no pool or spring, just a shallow puddle over dark mud edged with yellow knife-shaped reeds. Wary of her last encounter with a puddle of water in the mountains, she sniffed deeply, but found no poisonous odour. Kneeling, she cupped a hand and sipped. This was cool, heavy with minerals, but entirely drinkable. Nilith dug around in the silt for the tuberous roots of the reeds. She yanked one free, washed it clean, and eagerly bit down on its cotton-white flesh. It was cold, crunchy, and had a bitter mustard taste, but to a starving stomach it was delicious. Nilith looked around as she chewed. Anoish lapped up the water from the far side, caring little for the mud. Tubers were scattered around his hooves, and dotting the grass were fallen nuts from the palms. She gathered up all the tubers and nuts she could carry, making a pocket of the hem of her shirt. As she straightened up, she looked south just once more, through the reeds and waving grasses. The winds had changed, and now she saw a streak of orange heading east, and her eyes followed it. The coconuts fell into the muddy puddle, splashing her legs. A darker cloud hung in one spot, moving neither north nor south. Nilith saw dark shapes beneath it, distant still, but gaining fast on her patch of green. Whether they were ghouls or some other pack of thirsty wanderers, she had no clue. What Nilith did know was that she wasn't about to stand around waiting to find out. Her whistle was piercing. "Come, Anoish!" The horse grumbled, looking around at the fresh tubers and muddy water with bright eyes. Nilith was already halfway out of the oasis. "Now, damn it!" Hearing the tension in her voice, Anoish obeyed and trotted after her. She placed a hand on his mane and swung her leg up and over his bowed spine. He burst into a limping canter, grunting whenever that fourth hoof touched the ground. Nilith made herself small against his back, as if it would help. They made the hut in time to hear the distant rumble of hooves bearing down on them. Harsh shouts echoed across the shrinking stretch of desert. Nilith only heard voices, not words, but they were familiar enough to make her skin prickle. "Down the ramp, Anoish, carefully," she hissed, praying he wouldn't follow in the poorly chosen footsteps of her previous steed. The horse had heard the shouts, felt the vibrations in the sand, and was having no qualms at all about hurrying. He clip-clopped down the uneven slope, skidding here and there, but staying steady. Nilith was preoccupied watching his hooves, but when she heard the yell, she looked up so fast her neck crunched. Ah! Nilith saw Girab falling like an old tree submitting to a storm. His face was scrunched up, hand clasped to the back of his head. Pharazar stood behind him, holding a rock in his shaking hand. His blue hair wavered in the breeze. He hit the bargeman once more before reaching to loose the rope from about its wooden bollard. "No!" Nilith cried, sending Anoish galloping down what was left of the slope. She pushed and she pushed him, but it was all in vain. The horse skidded to a halt on the lopsided boards, a dozen feet short of the barge's sides. Pharazar stood holding the tail of the rope, wearing that infuriating smile of his. "You bastard, Pharazar!" Nilith screeched. "You come back here!" He blew her a kiss. "I am the Emperor, aren't I, wife? I'll do as I please." Leaping from Anoish's back, Nilith threw herself into the water, trident still slung across her shoulders. The cold of the river stole her breath away, but she thrashed for all her worth, making great strokes through the water. She could feel the blacktooth sliding past her kicking feet, and it spurred her to grab the back of the barge. Pharazar came running, bloody rock held high. "Time to part ways, dear." The rock crashed down on the wood, brushing her hand as she switched grips. She grappled for the trident at her back, but the infernal thing refused to swing around. Nilith tried to catch the ghost's next blow, but the sharp sandstone cut a ribbon of skin from her palm. Blood dripped in her face as she lashed at him with her nails. It was useless. Pharazar had the height, and on the next swing she was forced to let go. The current took hold of the barge and pulled it out of reach. "See you in Araxes," Pharazar cackled. Panting hard, every other breath one of water instead of air, Nilith had no answer, not even a threat or an insult. Instead, she paddled to the canyon wall, finding boulders and crannies to cling to while she gained her breath. A sharp whinny reminded her where she was. The ghouls! On the jetty, now a stone's throw upriver, the horse had been nuzzling at Girab. Anoish had got the old man onto his knees, but no further. Nilith was elated he wasn't dead. Ghouls, Girab! They're coming! Nilith hollered, cupping a bloody hand to her lips. She stumbled back into the water, making slimy fish scatter. Something sharp grazed her ankle, and she hauled herself as far out of the water as her shaking hands could manage. "Hide!" he roared in reply, as horse's steel dragged over stone. Nilith did her best, wedging her forearm into a small nook in the cliff face and standing tiptoe on a boulder that had evaded being eroded. If she pressed herself close enough to the warm sandstone, the jetty disappeared out of sight. All Nilith had to do was stay in that position, and already she was shaking with the effort. A crimson rivulet coursed from her clenched fist and down the rock face, making the water squirm with a thrashing of skinny charcoal fish. A few snapped at the air with their tiny barbed teeth. They were no longer than her forearm, but there were enough of them to make her curse. Nilith gasped as her toes slipped. Well, fuck today already. She poked her head out to see Girab trying to shove a Noish into the water. The horse could see the blacktooths and wasn't budging an inch. Nilith whistled sharply, and the horse relented, splashing heavily into the river. The fish around her were briefly distracted, swimming off to investigate a bigger meal, and she allowed herself to relax slightly. Girab, blood streaming down his ear and neck, lowered himself into the water with a gasp, and then pushed the horse under the jetty's planks. Nilith lost sight of them in its shadow. She waited there, legs trembling with the effort of hugging the cliff, listening to the vibrations in the rock as the pounding hooves grew closer. Shouts now filled the air, orders of, "Over there!" and "Down to the river!" Figures wrapped in ashen mail and black leather emerged from the rift in the rock and strode for the jetty. Half wore faces painted like skulls, the rest white masks with dark slits for eyes. They were unmistakably ghouls. Nilith sucked in her stomach as she forced herself closer to the stone. The fish were trying to wriggle out of the water, blood-crazed now she'd painted the river red. She tried to shift her foot higher. "Nobody here, boss!" yelled one of the figures. There came a hawking sound above her, beyond an overhang. A glob of phlegm came sailing down to splash in the river. Nilith held her breath. "Bah! We'll follow the river. They can't be far along now, eh?" called a voice Nilith was very familiar with, one that made her skin prickle. There was a difference to it, however, as if somebody had burned away half her lips. Krona's orders were taken up and passed on by her captains. "Back on your horses, you bastards!" came the shouts. Nilith's foot chose that moment to slip from the cliff face, unceremoniously dumping her in the water between the boulders. She splashed and flailed, trident clanging against the sandstone. It took all her nerve to stay still, fighting off the eager fish with weak punches. One of the ghouls on the jetty hung back, curious at the noise. He stood at its end, peering down the canyon through his mask of charcoal face paint. Nilith submerged herself up to her eyes, pretending to be just another boulder at the edge of the river, her black hair just a mass of weeds. Beneath the rippling waterline, she was a fighter full of rage. Every moment the ghoul lingered, the more the little teeth snagged at Nilith's clothing, pulled at her hair and nibbled at her limbs. She thrashed and she kicked, and though she longed to roar, only bubbles escaped her mouth. Finally, the man grew bored and lumbered back to the rift, no doubt disappointed not to have bloodied the sword hanging limply in his hand. Nilith dragged herself from the water, streaming red from a score of cuts on her thighs and shoulders. Still the fish writhed beneath her shaking heels. Insatiable fuckers. It felt an age before the rumble of hooves moved far enough downriver. Finally, an Oish scrambled his way back to shore, letting all his enraged neighs out at once. He too was speckled with bites, adding a crimson tinge to his brown and cream. Girab was also painted red. The fish had feasted on him like beggars attacking a buffet. Too weak to hoist himself onto the jetty, he followed the horse's path out of the shallows. He crumpled to a heap in the sand and lay there for some time. Nilith spent some of her own deciding whether to swim or wait for rescue. Given her rescue was in the form of a half-conscious man and a beast with no hands to speak of, she resigned herself to a frenzied and draining swim. She made it onto the jetty with twice as many cuts as before, and with lungs that burned as if she'd swallowed a coal. She lay in the sunlight, letting the day's fire dry the mud and cake her wounds, and turn some of her panic to relief. Only then could she drag herself up to check on the others. Anoish was fine, curled up and in a foul mood, but fine. The bargeman was gasping for water with lips that looked like the edge of a barren well. It took her several trips, but with cupped hands, Nilith managed to bring him enough water to rouse him to a state in which he could speak, or better yet, rant. "Fucking shade, stealing my fucking barge! I'll beat him bloody sense!" "You can do whatever you want to him, but first we need to get him back." "And my fucking barge!" Nilith cringed at the sight of Girab's head wound, deep and ugly and showing a sliver of skull. No brain, though, which was always a good sign. Fortunately, Pharazar's ghostly arms were still weaker than flesh. "And your fucking barge." She ripped up parts of their tunics to make a bandage for his head wound, then for a few of the deeper fish bites. "Fucking blacktooths, can't even eat them to teach him a lesson." Nilith patted her trident. "Then we'll just kill them for sport when we have the time." Girab nodded, eyes half closed, though for once not in laziness. The sand was red around him. "Triple." "What?" "I want triple for my barge, even if we get it back. I want triple whatever you were going to pay me. That's twice you've almost killed me now." Nilith smiled as she got him to his feet. Anoish stayed where he was. "Come, let's get you in the shade, you old thief. You're worth your 3 silvers. The man flinched in her grasp as if he'd been struck by another rock. 3 silvers? Well, you did say triple what I was going to pay you." She chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. It sounded hollow. There was nothing to laugh at. The ghouls were back and Pharazar was gone. All she could think of was her accursed husband, probably laughing his blue head off somewhere downriver. Whether she caught him or Krona did, he would not be laughing for long. Nilith prayed it would be the former. "Come on, we need to move." It took a great deal of stumbling and precious moments wasted to get Girab up the ramp, and many more to the tiny oasis. Nilith crouched low, wary of the dust still clogging the air, and stared about like a chick left alone in a nest. The cool of the palms was welcome, and Girab sank into the long emerald grass with a sigh. Nilith almost did the same as exhaustion pounced on her. She shrugged it off, seeking a palm to lean against instead. Before she found one, she remembered the tubers in the shallow puddle, and she tottered in its direction. "Bloody ghost," Nilith muttered to herself as she waded through the foliage, cold against her sweaty fingers. The flasks were gone. They had not floated off, and there was barely any depth for them to sink. Nilith crouched to check anyway, and heard the swoosh of a blade sail over her head. She rolled through the puddle, spraying water as she jumped upright. The skull-faced ghoul came at her, a scimitar clasped in both hands, swinging madly back and forth. Nilith dragged her trident from her shoulders and held it level and spinning. The scimitar met the trident's points, shearing one away completely before Nilith could lock his blade and drag him closer. Close enough to punch him in his painted face, right in the jagged grin. Fierce, red and sleepless eyes stared at her from between the smears of paint and charcoal. The ghoul came at her again, and this time she blocked the blade with the trident's shaft. It was a mistake. The heavy scimitar cleaved it in two and cut a scarlet line in her tunic. Nilith staggered away, throwing the splintered lower half at the ghoul. He batted it away and kept coming. Nilith floundered. She waved the trident's head in wild arcs to keep the man at bay. A few he fended, the others he dodged. She kept pressing until they were standing in the puddle again. Dark mud sprayed as they danced. The scimitar's point caught her in the shoulder blade, and she hesitated. A fist connected with her temple. Orbs of light filled her vision. Nilith tottered away from him, trident falling out of her grasp. When anybody without a sword faced somebody with a sword, the usual answer was to run with great intensity in the opposite direction. In that panting, dripping pause, the thought crossed her mind, but the runner in Nilith had been beaten out of her long ago by a wizened old fightmeister named Hawk. It was he who'd taught her other answers to such one-sided situations. Nilith grabbed a thick handful of reeds and ripped them from their shallow roots. She held them out like a length of rope. The ghoul laughed through his mask of paint, thrusting at her. Dodging aside, Nilith wrapped the reeds around the scimitar's blade until she had a handle. With a twist, she wrenched the weapon out of his grasp, but a fist found her ribs before she could wield it. Nilith fell with the sword still wrapped in her hand. With a splash and a foul-breathed roar, the ghoul landed atop her. His forearms pressed into the blade's blunt side. Nilith turned her cheek as the sword crept downwards. She could feel her opponent shaking with the strain, the buckling of the reeds before the razor edge, the heat of the blood starting to pool in her palms. "She'll want me alive!" Nilith croaked through the effort. The ghoul didn't seem to care. He only pressed harder, driving his head against her forearms. They traded spit in their ragged grunts, eyes duelling. With a last reserve of strength, Nilith screeched as she pushed upwards, switching her grip to free her fingers. The ghoul responded with a cry of his own. The blade sliced into Nilith's cheek, but she had already grasped its wielder's cloth-wrapped ears. Her sharp nails dug into them, drawing his head in as her thumbs plunged into his dark eyes. She felt his eyeballs split as she drove past the bone and deep into his face. The scream that ripped from his throat was blood-curdling. All thoughts of murder crumbled in the face of pain. The sword was forgotten as he began to flail blindly. The beating was ferocious. Nilith's head swung back and forth between punches, unable to fight back with her thumbs still locked in his eye sockets. Charcoal-stained fingers groped her face, eager to repay the favour. Instead, they found her throat and began to squeeze. Nilith gasped for breath. It was only when shadows started to cloud her vision that the ghoul stopped dead. Very dead, it appeared. A barbed trident point was poking from the side of his head. With a wheeze, he toppled to the mud beside her. Behind him knelt Girab, ashen-faced and half alive. He nodded to her. "That's 3 times now," he whispered, before crumpling back to the green earth alongside the ghoul. Nilith staggered upright, and her legs bowed like sickle moons. Her entire body shook violently. All she tasted in her mouth was blood, and not all of it was hers. Bile threatened to wash it away. "Pharazah!" she gasped, groping eastwards. "Got to—" Down she went, demolishing a clump of flowering plants before striking the ground. The blow knocked out what little sense she had left in her, and she fell into darkness. Nilith struggled with it, fought it, but in the end it won. At least it was a sweeter darkness than death. The ugliness of nightmares woke her. visions of trickling water over black stone, of slipping in it over and over as she climbed an endless slope, dragged against her will by some force. She had looked behind her to see 5 burning points in a coal-black sky, settled around a 6th and a glowing blue figure with a crown being lowered onto his head. Before it touched his brow, the rock beneath her fell away, and she plummeted into wakefulness. Nilith placed a hand to her heart to steady it, but her unfamiliar surroundings weren't helpful. No barge and strip of blue between red rocks, just shade and reaching palms. Grass and dirt filled her mouth, crunching against her teeth. She pushed herself up before remembering the wounds on her hands and forearms. They stung, and she vowed to wash them before they festered. Other wounds spoke up as she got to sitting, then a low crouch. Standing could come later. Pharazar. Nilith looked up through the palm fronds to eye the position of the sun. It was in the west, and at such an angle that it made her stomach clench, though that may have been the early stink of the ghoul. Her eyes found the corpse, bloody and blind. The trident's forks were still lodged in his brain. She trembled to look at him. He was not a victory. He was a sore reminder of how close she'd come to failure. One man hiding in some grass had almost ended her great toil. In truth, the narrow mist choked her, but on hearing a snore, she swallowed it and scowled liberally about the oasis. There were more pressing matters. Anoish was grazing greedily on the grass, attempting to demolish the oasis before they departed. Nilith left him to it, glad he could finally recover his strength. She scooped up some of the smashed tubers and a coconut and went to find Girab. The bargeman was curled up and snuffling. Makeshift bandages had stopped the bleeding, but his head wound needed stitching if it wasn't to rot. In the desert, festering wounds claimed more souls than the heat. "Pharazar," she said, shaking the bargeman, "we need to find him before Krona does. With his body they can claim him, or worse." She hooked an arm under his and lifted Girab's dead weight. "Move yourself, you old bastard! I can't leave you here!" "River spreads. Fucker'll slow." "I don't know what that means." "Morses, before the turn." The bargeman's head lolled onto his chest, bearing his ghastly wound to her between the bandages. For a moment, Nilith thought he had passed, but the beat her fingers felt in his throat told her otherwise. She tied his dressings tighter, then stole some more strips from the ghoul's shirt to bind her own arms. It took plenty of attempts and some water from the puddle to be able to whistle. The horse hadn't heard the clang of blades, but he heard that. Moments later he came trotting, looking grumpy, as though he had been disturbed from a nap. His sides had scabbed in the sun. "Time to run, Anoish," she said, patting him gingerly on the ramp. "You carried the corpse, so I guess a grey bargeman won't be too difficult, and I'm wasting away as it is." Nilith plucked at her loose shirt. There was a high chance the Cloud Court may not recognise her on her return to Araxes. With much heaving, hauling and stumbling, she managed to get the old man over Anoish's back. Once she had retrieved the scimitar from under the ghoul's corpse, she followed suit, though it took her about 5 tries. In the end, Anoish had to kneel. Nilith pointed a finger past the horse's ear, along the dark curve of the river, towards the wavering silver patches on the horizon. Heat or water, it was hard to tell, but they would find out soon enough. "North, boy," she hissed, "and easy." Anoish had no wish to be hasty. He started out at a stiff trot, then a tentative canter, until finally the wind under his chin coaxed a gallop out of him. Although slower than he usually was, the sand flew by beneath them much faster than the river had. Nilith flattened herself, trying to reduce the painful jolting. The barge had softened her riding calluses, and now she had to grow them back. Perhaps the horse felt her unease, or maybe he too had noticed the faint cloud of dust ahead, but he piled on the pace until spit streamed from his lips. If it hurt him, she couldn't tell, but she didn't dare complain. Pharazar and Krona had hours on her, 5 or 6 at most, and that was plenty of time to spot a bumbling barge in a canyon that was gradually shrinking away. Between the beat of the gallop and between half-formed plans for retrieving her ghost, Nilith's mind slipped back to the corpse they'd left unburied in the oasis. The blood still stained her hands, and they still shook at the memory of the precipice she'd danced along and almost fallen from. Almost was a powerful word. It signified an escape, and yet instead of a joyous word, it could be just as horrifying as a detrimental outcome, as damning as a strike from a spade. Almost fell, almost slipped, almost killed. The narrowness of the escape still managed to inject fear and shame into a soul. Just as a person standing at the top of a tower always imagined the fall, Nilith tortured herself with flashbacks of the fight. Every blow, every parry, imagining 100 different outcomes for each. In every one, she came off worse. It proved how close she had come to ruining everything she had fought for. It was the dust cloud that broke her abusive reverie, growing darker and more pronounced now that the sun had aged to a warm scarlet. She had gained on the ghouls, busy as they were crawling along the river's edge. They clearly hadn't found her bastard of a husband yet. She wondered what tricks the ghost had resorted to in avoiding them. 5 hours was almost impressive. Nilith tugged at Anoish's mane, slowing him down so they weren't spotted, and turned to the cargo bumping her in the back. Girab had woken once to murmur something foul about horses, but other than that, his only utterances had been deep snores. She led the horse closer to the Ashti's curve. As if nature itself was now against her, the waters were faster, rippling along at an eager pace. There was nothing in the water besides the occasional protruding rock and shadows of blacktooths facing into the current. Nilith scowled at them, wishing she had a bow and a sunny afternoon to spend shooting them. Sunset threw their shadows far across the sand-scattered rock, so far they tumbled over the edge of the river canyon. Nilith made sure to hug every dip and bank in the sand, hiding as much of her and the horse as she could. No doubt the ghouls would be getting bored now. The few she'd seen looked travel-weary. The man she'd fought had stunk of riding and was far weaker than he should have been. Krona must have driven them hard across the sands, cutting off the curves in the river. It was a good sign that Nilith had managed to keep pace with the bandits. The afternoon had felt like an endless slog. Going south, she'd been fresh, eager for change. Now she was running wounded and exhausted. Her bones felt like porcelain, her skin like stretched leather, and her head pounded harder than Anoish's hooves. As night stole in from the east, Krona's ghouls headed west to follow another corner. Nilith trailed in their dusty wake, so far unseen. She was glad for the lack of moon. Her exhaustion began to creep into delirium, and she found herself chuckling as they slowly plodded through the sand. The hunter had become the hunted. As weak as she was, as unarmed, lost, and running out of time as she was, it was still funny. Having the upper hand often was. Her grin prevailed long into the darkness.
Chapter 11. A Haunting. All things that are built can be broken. It's the very nature of existence. Whether through time or turmoil, everything has an end. Old Skoll proverb. Come on, Pointy. It's been an hour now. And I've told you, Caltro, I haven't the limbs. The sword's voice was tense with strain. What in the reaches he was straining, I had no idea. It was one of the stupider plans I'd come up with in my 34 years. I wasn't quite sure it could even be classed as a plan, seeing as it consisted of get some oaf into the room, attack him, then escape. The plan had more holes than a beggar's breeches. We hadn't even figured out escaping the room, never mind Bosk's tower. Currently, our efforts were confined to helping the sword fall off the mantelpiece. A good clang would surely bring somebody running. Nobody paid attention to the ghost in the wardrobe anymore. That we'd established. As Pointy had rightly put it, he lacked the dexterity of an animate object. Sheer will was his only hope. Come on. I believe in you. I recalled the somewhat similar noises I had made while bent over the crone's lockbox on the ship. That seemed like far too long ago now. There came a rattle as something shook. I pressed myself to the crack in the door. Yes! Moments later, something flashed as it tumbled, making a solid bang on the fireplace. Pointy made a noise as though he'd been winded, but I knew it was just for show. He had done his job. After a rattle of keys, a burly man with a bald head and beard the colour of autumn came ambling through the door. "What's going on?" he cried, making a great show of scanning the room. A small croak from me got his attention. "Who's in here?" The burly fish nipped at the bait and came to stand near my wardrobe, hand cocked behind his ear. "You up to something in there, Shade?" Something whispered by the fireplace, and he spun around. Any sensible person might have called for a fellow guard. This man was so delightfully confused, the sword and I managed to make him wander back and forth between the fireplace and the wardrobe several more times before he grappled with the locks of my prison. "You best be in there, or Busk'll flay you to dust." I grinned, removed my scarf and smock, pressed a foot against the back of the wardrobe, and braced myself to jump. Lamplight streamed in around the guard's dark frame. His face turned from anger to horror as I dove for him, arms outstretched. Something about my wild, naked appearance touched on some ancient nerve, and he recoiled with a squeal. My vaporous frame collided with his, but with no weight behind me, I simply sagged against him like a sack against a barn wall. As he batted at me with his club, I desperately tried to hold his gaze, but his eyes were too busy rolling around their sockets as he fought to be free of my cloying. I had no idea what I was doing wrong, and so I flung myself at him again, tensing my vapors as hard as I could manage. This time I nudged him hard enough to cause a stumble over the foot of some ugly flamingo stool. In his tumble, the guard somehow trapped his club between the floor and his head. I heard the crack as he landed. "Bloody bollocks," I said, immediately shutting the door. "No, this could be good. He won't put up a fight." I went to pick up the sword, gently scooping him up and holding him aloft to the dim lamps. The obsidian blade looked liquid in the light, like molten black glass. The only dullness in it came from the copper veins and patches that mottled its surface. The silver branches of Pointy's crossguard and hilt clutched a face carved from polished black stone, the youthful, lean face of a man, and it held a big smile for me. "How do you see or speak? I mean..." I was lost for words. Strange binding was a hard enough concept to grasp, never mind dead binding. If I'd expected the stone to move as it talked, I was disappointed. The expression was frozen in that clown's grin, though I felt a slight thrumming through the blade. The vibration spread down my forearm. "Please, be careful. It's been a while since I was moved around so fast, and a while since I had a master. I suppose this is our first handshake." "As long as it isn't anything else," I said, propping him up on the couch and then clenching my fist to rid myself of the tingling. "And I'm not your master." "You are now you've claimed me. I am my own half-coin. It also means I can speak to you and you alone whenever we are near." I shrugged, ignoring his nonsense. I didn't care for whatever spells the Nixites or Smiths had wrought into him. As I stood over the guard's comatose body, I rubbed my hands, making no sound. I analysed the man like I would an unpicked lock. Red curly hairs stood out on the back of his neck, like weeds growing on a salt flat. There was a pool of blood leaking into the carpet, spreading with all the hurry of spilt jam. I have no idea what I'm doing. Sit on him. Or better yet, lie on him. I grimaced, gingerly lowering myself down onto the man's spread-eagled frame. Aside from turning his slumbering breaths to mist with my cold, nothing happened. Perturbed at being so close to his sweaty neck, I closed my eyes to concentrate and imagined seeing myself through foreign eyes. There was a brief moment of dizziness, but nothing like haunting. It was more likely my own straining. It's no use. Stop thinking so hard about it. A swordmaster used to say that to an old owner of mine. Let your mind flow where it wants. Tensing only makes you slower. I glared at the blade. I'd like to see you try this. The reply was flat. I'd give anything to try Caltro, trust me. I bit my cold lip and tried again, this time kneeling by the man's head. Rolling his shoulders so I could see his chubby face. I slapped my hands to his cheeks. I stared at the man's eyelids. One was smeared with blood from the deep dent in his forehead. The other was half closed and showing the milk of a rolled-up eye. I dug my fingers into his skin and tried very hard not to think. My eyes grew leaden, so I let them close. Some innate desire told me to rock forward, and so I let myself. I felt the weight beneath me, and the roughness of his clothes holding me back. I ignored them and let my thoughts become a roar rolling across a scorched plain. Something twitched beneath me, and the firm flesh gave way, spinning me over and around so fast I felt my eyes attempt to fly from my skull. A warmth enveloped my vapors. My eyes snapped open. The world was on its side. A landscape of yellow and orange carpet stretched out before me, turning to checkered marble under a distant, lavish couch. The bejeweled eyes of a snake wrapped around a table leg stared at me. For a brief moment, all was silent, save for the gentle fizzing of the lamps. "You did it!" spoke a metallic voice. I immediately retched, but found nothing in my stomach to hack up. As I hawked and coughed, curled in a ball on the bloody carpet, something flailed at me from within. It was trying to cast me out. I pushed back hard and felt something crumble before me like an old brick wall before a sledgehammer. I was haunting. If I'd expected a glorious flooding of human sensation, of feelings, emotions, and a wonderful sense of wholeness, then I was cheated of it. The first feelings were of heaviness and pain. I felt like I wore a cumbersome costume made of meat, and one too tight for comfort. The warmth grew like a dawn furnace working itself into fury. My extremities felt numb. My head was throbbing. My eye was sticky, something itched in my lower back, and yet somehow these were glorious sensations in themselves. My voice felt deeper, hoarser. I'm apparently fond of the pipe. That's what that taste is. I smacked my lips, biting them to feel my rubbery, chapped skin. Is it a struggle? It was. I constantly strained to keep hold of this sack of flesh. The man's soul fought against me still, though weakly. As I tested my muscles and got to kneeling, I would occasionally feel a kick or a lurch. Vapors would rise from one limb or another before I wrangled it back into place. It was like one of those magic skull paintings of corridors and stairwells that defied reality, where if you stared hard and long enough you saw the mess from another perspective, one you couldn't believe you missed before. And the more you stared, the easier it became to transform the painting. This haunting business was the same. The longer I spent in this body and the more it struggled, the more I understood how to control it. I made slow circles of the room, stepping like a newborn deer for the first lap or two. Despite my difficulty and the strangeness of wearing another's skin, I had a body once again, and I felt elation swell up in a stomach that wasn't mine. I flexed my gloved fingers and spoke without thinking. Though I feel like I'm wearing a man as a suit, I've missed this. I can imagine. Pointy sounded wistful. I decided to distract him from my thoughtless words with action and keep myself focused. Have you a scabbard? Behind that chair. Nothing grand. My old scabbard was lost 100 years ago. I fetched the bland black and silver scabbard without hesitation. Perfect. Don't want any unnecessary attention where I'm going. And where is that? To see Bosk, of course. The sword groaned as I stashed him in his scabbard. At least there he was silent. I ripped a section of silk from a curtain and wrapped it around my head as a scarf to hide the wound. I grazed it with a knuckle and felt a wash of pain so intense I felt dizzy. The rest of the blood I scraped away. With much fumbling of unfamiliar fingers, I left both the wardrobe and room locked and made my way to the stairwell. Busk had been keeping me halfway up his modest tower, and like any noble, I knew he enjoyed the prospect of height. I set my feet to the stairs, wobbly and drunk, and every step was a challenge at first, and a tough one at that. The body resisted me anew, and it took several flights to subdue it and wrestle my limbs under control. Even then I tottered and found myself twitching when nodding to other guards. Nobody challenged me, even when I arrived at the door to Busk's study. I was ready to gossip with the guard and blag my entry, as we say in Crass, but all he did was tell me sternly that I was late and promptly opened the door for me. I strode inwards, ensuring Pointy was tucked at the back of my hip, away from any gaze. The bright light momentarily dazzled me, but I saw the shadow of Busk sitting behind a marble desk. He was staring at me, massaging his poor excuse for a moustache. I fought the urge to glower at him, or better yet, march over there and wallop him in the face with my ham of a fist. "Four! Glad you could join us at last. Did you fetch another to replace you at your post? I want that shade guarded at all times." "Yes, Busk," I replied, stammering with my rubber lips. I noticed a gaggle of other guards and hastily joined them. It was then Pointy spoke in my mind, making me flinch violently. At first I thought it the soul of the man I inhabited, but I recognized the sword's voice echoing around my mind. We should have just gone downstairs. Despite the looks from those nearby, nobody seemed to have heard him, just me. I replied, pretending to clear my throat. Busk continued. "Before I was interrupted, I was saying I want double the guard on the front door at all times, and an extra man on every other level. Make a good show of it. That stubborn old bag Horrocks thinks she can threaten me into giving up the shade, but I'll show her what stubborn is. Let her play her little games. More time for us to use the locksmith. More silvers for you lot." My ears, or rather this fellow Four's ears, pricked up. The men and women around me grumbled their agreement, clearly bought and paid for. I imagined true loyalty was hard to find in this city. Better to buy willing hands than spend years earning them. I want the shade checked on regularly, and nobody in the room but me. Speaking of, give me the registers for guard duty. I want... The door burst open, stubbing me in the toe. The handle struck me in the groin. I growled behind my teeth and hopped to a safer area. "Bet you don't miss that," Pointy told me from my hip. A guard, sweat adorning his brow, hurriedly bowed. "My apologies, Tor. What is the meaning of this?" "Tor Temsa is here." "I told you before. The man is not a Tor." The man hovered, bouncing on his feet as if his bladder were fit to burst. "So, should I bring him up?" "You admitted him already." Busk thwacked the desk with his palm. "Fuck! Fine. You lot get down there and ensure Temsa doesn't go anywhere near Caltro's sitting room. Take him up the other stairwell. Watch his guards. Both of the big fuckers." Busk stood and straightened a puke-yellow waistcoat. "Well, get on with it." We bustled out of the doorway one by one. I was first, along with the sweaty guard. The hurrying made my legs slip more than once on the stairs, but somehow I held onto my body, though my ankles felt like butter. "You know this Temsa?" the guard asked of me. "No," I lied. "Me neither. Says he's a Tor, but Busk says he isn't. Madness." "Scintillating," I slurred. Even amongst a nobility as corrupt as Araxes, surely that weasel of a man couldn't have made Tordom. Sweaty gave me and my silk headscarf a squint-eyed look. "You don't normally wear a scarf. You ain't been on the sauce again, have you, Four?" "Not since this morning," I grinned, and he gave me a jovial nudge with his elbow. "You dog, well, you got some blood on your cheek. I'd wipe that off before you go down. There he is." I saw him over the balcony first, before we descended the steps to the atrium floor. Temsa stood below, gargoyle-like as before, golden-footed and wrapped in a fine velvet medley of cream and blue. Golden chains were draped around his neck, and his fingers were so encrusted with rings that for a moment I thought he was wearing jewelled gloves. His thinning dark hair had a fresh shine to it. Even his golden teeth seemed to have a fresh polish. An armoured and cross-armed Annie Jezebel stood at his side, looking as ominous and as displeased with life as ever. Temser certainly looked like a Tor, and I hated him as much in that moment as when he had left me standing in the soul market. Perhaps even more, I felt my fingers curl into fists, and I contemplated risking everything on a mad dash for his throat. A question crossed my mind then. Would this body die around me, and I snap back into my ghostly form? Or would I die again with it? In the end, I didn't take the risk. Call it cowardice if you like, but I called it discipline and smarts. Instead, I stood behind the sweaty guard as he told Tor Temser he could see Busk. "Well, I'm delighted. Lead the way," he said, waving his cane towards the stairs. I paused, staring at the open door behind the man where the last rays of the day beckoned to me. I felt myself pulled in their direction. The other soul inside me fought to keep me in the shadows. Flashes of foreign memories crossed my vision, showing me a gap-toothed little girl with fiery hair and a wife being claimed by black water. "For?" Sweaty asked me. I realized all eyes were upon me. "Yes, sorry." Inside, I cursed myself for haunting a man of authority, and for my own damned curiosity. I took up the lead alongside him, just ahead of Jezebel. I heard her snuffling behind me. Taller than me, even though I was always several steps ahead on the stairs. Whenever I stumbled, she snorted. Sweat dripped down my cheek. I wiped it away and found a smear of blood on my dark wrist. With so much concentration, it seemed like a day's climb to reach the peak of the tower, and once there, I was dismissed. I left grudgingly, my eyes lingering on Temser as he took up a stance before Busk's desk. I longed to be part of that conversation, but it felt like it would end with blood, and I needed none of that. I practically tumbled down the stairs, bypassing my sitting room and hurtling straight back down to the atrium. "Careful, Caltro, you need those legs," came Pointy's warning, whispered from the scabbard now. Looking down, I saw glowing fibres escaping from my borrowed legs. I slowed my pace across the marble, nodded to the house guards who had been left there, and gestured to the door which was now sealed. "What is it?" asked the nearest of them. "Busk needs me to send a message." "You playing messenger now, For? Dear God, you'll do anything to avoid duty, won't you?" I shrugged, playing the defeatist. "You know me." "Fine, but don't go wandering too close to any taverns now. Something tells me Busk won't be in a good mood later." The guard grunted as he tackled a thick lever embedded in the wall. A series of cogs went into action, sliding half a dozen bolts back. I saw sunlight again, and felt its warmth on my skin. It was evening and the shadows were stretching across the city. "I'd say you were right," I breathed. I flinched as a hand clapped me across the chest, almost making me lose my grip on the body. I found the guard fixing me with a heavy stare. "I mean it, For," he said. "Don't want to lose another job now, do you? Think of little Marzi, eh?" I nodded, inadvertently coughing as the real For thrashed inside my chest at the mention of his wife or daughter. They needn't have worried. They could have him back when I was done. Slapping the guard's gloved palm with my own, I strode out into the evening, a grin spreading across my face before my feet even touched the street. I decided west was the right way to go, towards the great pillar of the cloud piercer, and hopefully Widow Horrocks' tower. She was the safest, smartest bet right now. The thought of Horrocks' expression when I strode into her courtyard kept me grinning as I tried to find my bearings in the knots of streets. I'd only had 2 excursions into this humongous warren, and one of those I'd spent senseless with a bag over my head. With Pointy, clutched tight, and my jaw set with the effort of the haunting, I strutted off across the dusty flagstones.
Busk seethed quietly as Temser lounged against his desk. His desk, as if the stunted little man was a factory manager swinging by to check on production. It set Busk's hackles high, and he spread his hands across the marble, broad as he could reach. And to what do I owe the pleasure of a visit so late in the day?
Late? This is early for our kind of business, Busk.
Temsa looked around the room.
A lot of company here for the talk I'd like to have.
My house guards are staying, thank you. I can trust them. Temsa shrugged.
You're loose tongues to cut.
One of the guards stifled a cough, and for a moment all the tension in the room piled on him. The guard wilted into a nook like a flower before a sandstorm. Busk got his questions in first. My men say you announce yourself as Tor Temsa now. The man's wrinkled and scowling face broke into a grin, flashing a gold tooth.
And why not, when I have been weighed and found to be amongst the nobility of this fine city?
How noble. It was all that mattered in Araxes. Who sat above who? Busk didn't want to ask for fear of being poorer, but his mouth spoke for him.
Far above you, Busk. Naturally. What did you expect? You're a mere fence, living off old money.
Busk forced a congratulatory smile. Trading has served you well, I see. Perhaps I should jump on the cart.
Soul trading has served me well indeed, but I have grander business to attend to these days. And speaking of, here it comes.
The reason for his visit, the introductory prattle, had been dispensed with. Temsa peeled himself from the desk and began to circle Jezebel, who stood like a mail and leather-clad golem in the middle of the study. Her arms were crossed, but that didn't mean Busk's gaze could stop focusing on the axes surrounding her person. He counted 4 before Temsa spoke.
It's been some time since I asked you about a new locksmith, and yet I am still without one. You mentioned plenty last time we met. A skull woman, some scatter folk, a duo from Bellish, even a craftsman or two, if I remember rightly, Temsa said, keeping his grin.
Busk raised his shoulders. You do indeed.
What's wrong then, Busk? Why the delay?
It's not just a simple case of sending a scroll. Temsa looked puzzled.
No? Well, let's make it simpler. I heard the name of a good locksmith the other day, supposedly one of the best. Perhaps you can track him down for me.
Busk felt sweat begin to gather at his temples behind his ears. Oh, yes?
A man named Caltro. Heard of him?
I can't say I have.
Tor Busk's voice wavered.
No,
never heard of a Caltro Basalt, a fence like you? I'm shocked.
Temsa clicked his fingers.
Well, at least that explains why you didn't recognise his initials on the tools I gave you. C and a B, correct? Crass letters, not skull runes.
Temsa pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed his forehead, while Busk produced an answer. He stuttered. I will admit I haven't yet had them appraised. But now you've said it, I do recognise the name. That would make a lot of sense.
Temsa sighed. I have to say, you've rather disappointed me this time.
Busk chuckled to cover up the chattering of his teeth. I think you've misjudged me for somebody with dishonest purposes, boss Temsa.
Tor Temsa.
Tor Temsa. It was a simple slip of the mind is all.
Temsa came to rest at his desk once more. Tell me then, do you know where I can find Caltro Basalt?
I wouldn't know. Saraka, maybe?
Wrong again, Busk. Luckily for you, I know exactly where he is.
Busk sat straighter. You do?
Of course, Temsa chuckled, because I killed him, bound him, and sold him to Widow Oryx. Turns out he was right under my nose this entire time.
Ah, yes, of course. Busk's laugh came out as a shrill giggle, and it made the guards wince. He saw the yellows of their teeth in the lamplight. Temza pressed his fists to the desk's white marble, popping several knuckles.
But you already knew that, didn't you?
Busk felt the metaphorical rug being firmly and rapidly whisked from under his feet. His throat bobbed as he repeatedly swallowed, trying to dislodge the lump of fear.
And what is it to you, Temza? I am playing the game just as you aim to do, and I have been a tour a lot longer than you. I have every right to seek out my own gain wherever it may be found.
Temza and Busk locked eyes for some time. Busk's sweat-burned ones against the olive pig eyes of his visitor. When finally the silence ended, Temza said but one word.
Annie.
The stillness of the room shattered as two axes appeared in the throats of the men either side of the desk. Blood splattered in Busk's face. All he could do was wipe his brow as Jezebel became a blur of steel, followed by arcs of crimson. Two battle-axes, long in the handle, spun in figures of 8 as she tore about the study, hacking at throats, skulls, and spines with merciless accuracy. Her ferocity redecorated the room with 10 panicked breaths, painting the walls with wet scarlet and shit-brown hues. Pieces of guards and unknown body parts were scattered over Busk's furniture and the floor. A few here and there continued to twitch after all else was still again. Through it all, Temza hadn't moved. He remained unblinking, staring at Busk with a calm smile. Temza spoke to the patter of dripping.
You're right. You have every right to play your games. You're simply not very good at them. If it helps, Busk, this was always going to happen. Betrayal or not, you were bound to slip up at some point.
He leaned closer, so Busk could smell the spiced tobacco on his breath.
Shall we?
Houseguard Ver burst in through the door, sweaty as always from sprinting upstairs. Apologies were about to spill from his mouth when he found a scarlet fist around his throat. His eyes boggled from the lack of air. They nearly popped free of his skull at the sight of the carnage. Jezebel hissed in his face, scaring him silent.
Speak,
Temza ordered. Busk has a visitor.
Who?
Colonel Khalid. Temza turned to Busk, tapping his quivering chin with his cane.
I wonder what the captain of Widow Oryx's guard could want with you. Been negotiating with Oryx for a certain shade, have we?
Annie Jezebel piped up.
Shall I kill this guard, boss?
Busk noticed a flicker of irritation pass across Temza's face.
No, leave him. We'll need somebody to open the door. You clean yourself up quickly, my dear.
Jezebel dropped Ver on his arse, and he spent some time gawping at a split skull near the door. The gargantuan woman ripped down a drape and used it as a towel. She then threw it at Busk.
You too,
she said, almost shouting. He was aghast. You're not seriously suggesting I go down there, are you? Temza opened the door and made the houseguard scramble to his feet by showing the man his talents.
My, you're a stupid one. I'm looking forward to finding out what games you've been playing, tall Busk. Come now. Not a word about myself and Annie, and if you're lucky, you may just live through this. If you're very lucky, Khalid is here to deliver a new house shade by the name of Caltro.
He said no more. Busk didn't want to give Temza any more reasons to knife him. They wound down the stairs, and all the while Jezebel held the edge of an axe against Busk's spine. Temza had his cane resting on the guard's shoulder, as if he were knighting him with a sword. Busk spent the journey hating Temza for his boldness, or more precisely, hating himself for how much he was lacking in it. The man had stridden into his tower, taken control, and was now marching Busk down his own stairs. Dead gods knew what was coming later. The remaining houseguards were threatened into position with waves of Jezebel's axes, 2 to face Khalid and 2 to hide behind the door, pointy things ready and ears pricked. At Temsa's signal, the door was cranked open. A faint rosy glow framed thick steel shoulders and a plumed helmet. Behind the colonel, in the street, a dozen guards escorted a sullen-looking shade bound in copper wire shackles and chains. "What's this?" Busk asked mechanically, desperately adhering to Temsa's rules. "And a good evening to you too, Tor Busk." "I have told you I don't want to be bothered." Jezebel's blade glinted behind the door. "Be that as it may, Tal Horrocks seeks to put recent disagreements to rest. She wishes for no ill will or further actions, and to let the matter of the craftsman lie. As such, she offers you his half-coin and a gift of a fine house shade." "She does? I don't know what you're talking about." Busk's flustered words were quick and muddled. To have such fortune as this on the day of Temsa's visit was nothing short of cruel. The old bitch had indeed backed down. Khalid blinked several times. "The matter of the stolen shade Jerub, or Caltro as he calls himself. My mistress wishes to put it behind her." Busk could have slapped the man for his words, had his insides not been wrenched downwards into his bowels. He caught Temsa's gold smile in his peripheries, and a finger pressed over thin lips. "Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. It has been a long day." The colonel beckoned 2 of his men forwards, holding a shade between them. The half-life was a willowy character, bearded, narrow-eyed and blank of expression. He wore a simple smock bearing Horrocks' seal and showed no signs of struggling against his bonds. It was suspicious for a Tal to be so apologetic, especially one as crotchety as Horrocks. It would have made Busk feel powerful had Jezebel and her axe not hovered 4 inches from his elbow. "I accept Horrocks' apology, but I have no need for the shade." The aforementioned axe wiggled. Temsa made a foul gesture, and Busk cleared his throat. "However, I suppose I could find room for him." Colonel Khalid held out a hand. In his palm lay 2 half-coins, 1 for Caltro, 1 for the other shade. He pointed to show the difference. Busk hesitated, patting himself like a hungover man finding himself alive on the street corner come morning. It stung him deeply to take the coins and not truly win, to be so powerless in this moment of triumph. It was frustrating to the point of maddening. It was then that Busk contemplated fleeing between Khalid's men and making for the street. He realised he had been silent for some time, and the colonel was now staring intently at Busk's neck and shoulder, where he could only assume he'd missed some patches of blood. "Tell your mistress this is the end of it, you understand? No more games," he asserted, selfishly clinging to his victory. "Perfectly, Tor Busk," Khalid replied, passing him a short papyrus scroll and an inked reed. He kept hold of the shade's shackles until Busk had signed both copies. When he was done, he snatched back the scroll and threw Busk the chains. "Just perfectly." When the door slammed, it could have been the lid of Busk's own sarcophagus closing. With the alluring light of sunset behind 2 feet of steel, his hall seemed dark, cold, and full of evil things. He groaned as he stared abjectly at the copper links in his grip. Jezebel chased his remaining guards into a corner, presumably to be dealt with later. Temsa began to walk wide, swaggering circles around Busk. His tone was on the cusp of laughter, as if he had just spent an evening at a theatre lapping up comedy.
My, Annie, our good friend here has been quite industrious, hasn't he? Bartering for shades like the best of them, and with that crusty old Horrocks too. How did you do it, Busk? Was it blackmail? False? Who cares? I'm almost impressed. Caltro Basalt, delivered straight into my hands with hardly any effort. Would you imagine?
Temza's jovial face sobered instantly. He jabbed an accusatory finger at the new house shade.
This is not Caltro Basalt.
At first, Busk went with it, realising with immediate glee that Temza had misunderstood the conversation. He fought not to stammer as he clenched his fingers around the 2 half-coins.
Yes, it is. Why wouldn't it be?
In the corner, there had started to slip away, but Jezebel caught him in the crook of her arm and squeezed until there came a crack. He fell to the marble like a straw doll.
Because it is not. I know my stock. I always remember a face, especially one that complained as much as he did. Isn't that right, Annie?
The woman was too busy kicking at the guard's corpse to hear.
Huh? Never mind.
Temza waved a hand. Busk felt the sweat begin afresh.
Well, why would Khalid lie?
Temza stepped close so that a talon hovered over Busk's sandalled foot. He could almost see the cogs whirring behind those olive eyes. The shade had been staring at Busk, studying him to be more precise. Now he spoke, and fuck it if he wasn't trying to see a knife between the Tor's ribs like everybody else this afternoon.
Busk already has Caltro. Stole him, in fact.
Temza cackled triumphantly.
Straight from the shade's mouth.
Busk instinctively backed away, but felt the armoured bulk of Annie Jezebel behind him. How she had got there so fast was the least of his concerns.
Hey, Horrocks wants no part of it,
continued the shade.
Silence,
Temza ordered. He'd heard all he needed.
Now I am impressed, Busk, not just by your soul-stealing antics, but you had the coconuts to lie to me. Several fucking times by my count. Annie!
The cold handle of an axe tucked under Busk's chin, finding the soft space between jawbone and the lump in his windpipe. Temza brought his face so close they brushed noses.
Tell me where Caltro is.
The urge to survive overpowered his urge to keep the locksmith, and Busk blurted the answer before the gold spike had even pierced his foot.
In a sitting room. 5th floor, he croaked. Wardrobe.
Temza dabbed his face with a handkerchief and sighed. Busk gargled and spat as the axe handle pressed harder.
What shitty luck you've had tonight, Temza said, and all because you tried to cross me. To think, I'd probably have shared Caltro with you once I'd finished with him. But no. You were greedy, foolish. You know what has to come next.
He did. Busk thrashed against the woman's grip, but to no avail. Temza stepped back as she wrapped her forearms around the axe and yanked hard. With the back of Busk's skull against her breastplate, the metal handle had nowhere to go but through his neck. There was a wet crunch as she wrenched again, making shards of his spine. The last thing he saw was Temza thumbing his goatee, a satisfied look on his face. Busk met the marble, his head attached by skin only. A crimson pool began to spread, and Temza took steps to avoid it. Annie wiped her hands on her leather breeches.
What about his signature? His banked coins? Didn't we need him?
Temza bent down to retrieve the scroll and the 2 half-coins from Busk's limp hands. One was emblazoned with an older year of minting, and so he stored them in separate pockets to save confusion.
This was not about shades, Annie. This was about teaching a lesson. Besides, my dear, Busk has plenty in this stump of a tower to satisfy me. Not to mention a locksmith I'm just dying to meet.
And the shade? Annie was already reaching for her copper-edged hatchet. Temser turned to face the indentured in question, but before he could make up his mind, the shade had done it for him. He was already spinning cogs and skipping out of the door with chains flying around his ankles before Annie could make a start after him.
Leave him, Annie.
You mad boss! He'll spout all of this to Horrocks!
I've asked you repeatedly to call me Tor, my dear. He levelled his cane at her. And don't ever call me mad unless you want to see me so, and he will do no such thing. I have his half-coin.
He produced the shade's half-coin and trickled it over his knuckles and rings.
He ran without thinking, and as such, Horrocks will stay clueless. Until we pay her a visit, that is, at the behest of our friends the cult. Care to ensure his silence?
Annie nodded appreciatively, the way she did whenever his genius dawned on her. Before the coin had stopped spinning on the marble, her axe had cut it in two. Temser imagined the blue puff of smoke that would decorate the street for just a moment before vanishing. He wondered how far the shade had got.
Right. To this sitting room. Signal the lads, my dear. On with the show.
Chapter 12. Our Worst. The scrutinizers and proctors do not enforce the code through a show of force. That would be impossible. Instead, they are gatherers of proof, experts in information. Like leopards watching for lame prey, they lie in wait, disguised amongst the grasses, choosing their moment to pounce with all their strength and energy. That is today's chamber, enforcing the Emperor's code, one lawbreaker at a time. From a speech made by Chamberlain Menem at the execution of anarchist Wilson Dank in 870. Sensation drowned me. I stumbled like a drunkard, inebriated by light and sound, taste and smell. The copper and tobacco on my tongue. The rainbow lanterns hanging between washing lines. Calls of night vendors mixed with the sizzle of their spits, the fearsome stench of heavily used gutters. They all dizzied me. Frequent stops were made at crossroads or the mouths of alleys. I crouched there, eyes closed and nose to forearm to dampen some of the sensation. I had been dead so long I'd forgotten what life had been like. Our formative years often deaden us to the wonder of the world. I was experiencing it raw, as if for the very first time. At every pause, Pointy was there to offer me wisdom. Something about his voice, floating in my swirling head, reminded me of my true state, and illuminated the edges of what I was struggling to grasp. Street by street, as the neighborhoods became direr, not richer, I mastered my stolen body. Either I strengthened, or Four weakened. The throbbing in my head refused to go away, and perhaps that was affecting him more than me, slowly sapping away at his resistance. Persistence had once again held me true. I sniffed deep and tasted the city in all its rot and madness. There was a fork in the road, and with crossed eyes I sized it up, unsure of exactly where I was in the city, or in other words, lost. I deliberated over which was the better to take. I swore if I fell foul of more soulstealers, I would curse it all and throw my coin in the Nix. The notion stopped me dead. For a moment, I had forgotten my half-coin still lay in the hands of Horrocks, and imagined myself free. The reality was sobering, and I instantly set about denouncing it. Damn it if I wasn't the freest I'd been in weeks. There was no feather on my breast, and not a single scowl from the living as I clung to busy bazaars and busier thoroughfares. For all they knew, I was one of them. A drunk or mad one of them, but still with a beating heart in my chest. As I was jostled back and forth, feeling an old knot in my host's shoulder protest, an idea struck me. If I could feel some old injury I had no memory of, why could I not feel more? Regrets, longings. Every missing piece of me could be sated, at least for the short span of this borrowed freedom. Why not enjoy it? There it was, the inklings of a bad idea. A bad idea is a clever parasite whose poison is a lie. It disguises itself as a good idea while it devours you at your own expense. Like a maggot burrowing into flesh. The more you let it gorge itself, the more convinced you become of the lie, even when everything around you is a flaming mess. I felt the numb lips spread in a tentative smile. I tensed, squinted, and looked for the lights of a tavern or the blare of some whorehouse. Neither road held such a thing, but it didn't deter my temptation. "What's in your mind, Caltro? Where is the Araxes tower?" whispered the soul blade by my side. I'd almost forgotten him. "That way," I said, turning my head to a few bright spears of light above, stark against the darkness of night. It was for show. My eyes remained on the street, watching the flow of chattering people, and the steady gazes of house guards and sellswords standing atop their doorsteps and plinths. I caught sight of a brawl spewing out of an alley mouth. A door opened somewhere unseen, and I caught a blare of music and voices. There are a few things I want to do first. "What do you mean, first? Like what?" I gave him no answer besides the jostle of my steps, leading us further into the lively-looking district. It was part warehouse, part residential. Shacks clustered like barnacles on every upright surface of stone. A few stunted towers belonging to traders or storage lenders rose above the press here and there. One in particular was a sharp pyramid with a poorly carved sphinx roaring atop it, braying something about a bank in Arctian glyphs. In between the sprawling warehouses, stables and cobblers had hollowed out their shops. Blacksmiths, too. A few more taverns shone with lamplight and noise, but they looked too crowded for my liking. Pointy had noticed my wistful staring. "You can't be serious." "As steel, my friend." "You discover a power, and the first thing you do with it is to go to the pub. You really are crass." I looked down at the pommel stone at my hip, and found the carved face different from before, this time with a downward slant to its mouth. I abruptly saw Pointy in the same light as I saw my conscience, and that was a dim light indeed. He certainly sounded like my conscience, only much, much louder. "Don't admonish me, sword. As long as I can hold it, I can do what I please, surely." "As long as you hold it." "Why is it your problem, I challenged him. "What does it bother you?" He had no reply to that. He stayed quiet as I strode on, putting my big frame into action. Around the next corner, I found my haven, a tavern of ample proportions built into a pyramid that stood on the junction of several streets. It had glyphs splayed across the pediment of its box-like entrance, and they read, "The Rusty Slab." My foot hovered in mid-air. I knew that name. What are the fucking chances? "What?" "That's Tor Thames's tavern. We've traipsed all the way back to him. Not Horrocks." I looked behind me, but a fiendish idea crept into my head. "We're going in." "I say again, you can't be serious. Has this haunting twisted your mind, Caltro?" "I'm not mad. To sit in his tavern and swill a beer under his nose. That is just too perfect. And if I have the scantest opportunity, I'll find a chest of his to shit in." Now I had bowels again. It seemed a fitting punishment to begin with. For's body wrenched against me then. I felt a tension in my chest, but I gritted my teeth against it and forced the man forwards. I felt something snap and my borrowed flesh grow limp. He'd given in at last, I thought. Finally learned who was in control. I would give him his body back when I was done with it. "This is a mistake, Caltro." Pointy warned me one last time before I crossed the dusty expanse of road and squared up to the yawning entrance of the tavern. I could hear the roar of its patrons within. Zithers and argles duelled, turning out hectic tunes. Glass smashed so regularly it could have been percussion. During my short pause, I witnessed 3 different troublemakers tossed out into the dust by black-clad guards. Habit guided me. My legs took to the ramp as they had done in 1,000 establishments before this one. This activity wasn't new. Just the flesh I did it with. I wondered absently whether For's insides had the same taste for imbibing as mine used to. I strode into a wall of pipe smoke and noise. The stink of whale oil, old beer, and an antipathy for showering almost put me on my arse. So long had my nose been without use that so many smells in one place and such pungency squeezed a tear from my eye. I fought through and scoured the expansive tavern. Dock workers, sailors, soldiers, traders, street folk. Guards like me, and others of various unimportant echelons in Araxes, formed the vast crowd. The ceiling followed the rough shape of the pyramid, but rafters and upper rooms kept the seedy atmosphere hovering low over the tables. In two corners, minstrels and players cavorted. I spotted at least 2 fights in progress, and had I been in the mood to gamble, the gloomy far end of the slab had the reek of a card den. It was common knowledge in the far reaches that the crass could drink their own weight in wine, but we paled compared to Arctians. When Arctians drank, it was as if they were set on suicide by drowning. Even in my brief scan of the smoky insides of the tavern, I saw various examples of binging that would have impressed a crass alcoholic. I muscled my way to the bar, careful not to offend but enjoying the ability to push others aside with a form that wasn't vapor. Furthermore, I'd managed to find a body several inches taller and thinner than my old one. Muscular, too, despite its increased age. Although it felt and smelled strange, and though every movement required a practiced effort, it was confessedly more useful. The barman spent a while staring at my forehead with a toothless grimace before hearing my order of beer. I was using my fingers to feel where the dent in my skull had bled through the makeshift headscarf, when I realized I hadn't checked for coin. I patted myself down, and besides a small vial of dubious dark liquid, I found several small silver coins. The barman took one from me, and I relaxed in knowing I had time. The dark froth might as well have been the gates of the afterlife. I dove for it and sopped the thick liquid down. Before I knew it, I'd finished half the tankard, dizzy over the taste of grains and cold, sour alcohol. I gasped at the taste, forgetting to breathe once more. I kept having to remind myself to ensure I didn't kill the body I'd stolen. Even after just a few weeks dead, the habit of 3 decades had been swiftly forgotten. They say hogs do the same. Even the pinkest, most domesticated pig, finding himself loose and wild, will sprout tusks and dark hair within a week. We humans are the same in that way. Treat us wildly and we become wild. It wasn't just breathing I'd forgotten, but other habits of the flesh. A waft of pipe smoke covered me, and I breathed it in deep to feel its sting. I caught the eyes of a woman draped around a man dressed in hyena fur. Her opal eyeshadow transfixed me for a moment before she turned away, but it was enough to stir me. I saw a man passing papyrus packets under tables in return for coin, silver or copper. The packets were held to buyers' noses, breathed deeply, and seemed to induce an instant, doe-eyed stupor. Silver well spent, or so I'd heard. I'd never tried peak snort, or whatever they called it in the Ark. Even in the brightest corners of the world, you can find it. The human addiction, nay, devotion, to destroying ourselves in the tiniest of increments. Both flesh and mind pay the toll. Day after day we kid the truth from our worries. Drinking, whoring, preaching, belching smoke or spilling blood, and all the while we excuse ourselves for our iniquities. And why? To feel different from the fibres we were born with. The true hilarity is that we do it to feel alive. I willingly succumbed to the human condition. And why not, after all I've been through? All the toil and trouble and treachery that had been delivered on me since arriving on that accursed ship. At Pointy's sighing, I thumped my half-empty tankard down on the bar and demanded another, sliding a small silver across the dirty beer-washed wood. Somehow I'd drawn the stare of a fellow douser a stool away from me. She was a knife of a woman, hunched over her drink, eyes hooded and bored. I raised my vessel to her and quaffed the remaining half, much to Pointy's private groaning in my head. I thumped my side as I choked the thick beer down and belched. It tasted vile, but I got a cheer from a fellow on my right, and a dull stare from the woman. "Charming," she said. "I'm not here to be charming, madam," I said. "I'm here to drink and be merry." "I assume you're the sort who uses coin to attract women then, not manners." I turned my eyes to the rafters and walkways above the bar, where a gang of long-legged temptresses stood, commanding the room with their powdered eyes and pointing fingers. If I must? "Well, good luck to you. They say the man who runs this place only employs the best, but that makes them the most expensive for 4 districts. Temsa," I spat the name into my new tankard. A single eyebrow crept up. "You know him?" "Somewhat." The woman looked me up and down, and I her. She had beak-like features and quick dark eyes. Her dark skin, though lighter than crass colouring, belied her local heritage. Even under the hood I could tell her fiery hair was shorn. It was done smartly, not hacked at in some display of shame like they do Soraka. Her clothes were nothing but simple robes and a purple smock. I saw the dark tendrils of tattoos curling up her neck and creeping from her cuffs. Something about their design was familiar. She skipped stools to sit beside me. Had my mind been in another place, in other words, my own skull, I'd have thought myself fancied. Yet this woman gave off such a blithe air, I assumed she'd been at the drink a while. She spoke first. You wear the livery of Tor Busk, but you don't drink anywhere near his tower. You seem to have some dire wound on your head that makes me wonder how you're still standing. Yet you have a fervent way about you that says you're more alive than half the people in this room. I pride myself on reading people. And yet you, guard, are a mystery. A fresh tankard arrived at my elbow, and I raised it to her. Caltro, I said quietly, daring my own name. I wondered if she would use hers. Helles, dead gods be with you. And you. So what do you know about this illustrious Temsa? He runs quite the tavern, she said. That he does, and I know a little. Not the sort of thing to be speaking out loud, and to anyone, mind, I said, playing careful. I had no wish to go about drawing suspicion. Some think he's more soul-stealer than soul-trader. I coughed into the foam of my beer. Some. I'll wager many. Already the tingle of alcohol was climbing into my borrowed brain. Strange how its potency increased with time. Why would you say that? Helles asked me. I wanted to yell in her face and tell her exactly what he'd done to me, but I held myself still, partly due to the body becoming slightly stiff around me. Perhaps I'd worn the bastard out. I would imagine he's wronged many, building what he has. Doesn't everybody have to step on somebody to climb the ladder of society? I hear he's a Tor now. Yes, interesting that. Quite recent too, truth be told. Helles looked around at the inhabitants of the tavern. It's one of the reasons I'm here. Curious to see how a tavern owner, an average soul trader, buys Tordom. At a guess. Lying, thieving, and unscrupulous murder of the innocent. I twitched as I said it, my elbow seizing up. I'd forgotten the aches and pains the years marked a body with. With every blossom that came from being alive, there was a weed waiting to suck it dry. But that's just a guess. You all right? I raised my tankard and slopped some more beer into my mouth. I decided to speak my mind once the barkeep had wandered further away. I'd imagined my justice coming in the form of royal or official retribution against Temsa. But tonight I could settle for spreading tavern gossip and rumours. Petty, but I've been known for it. I think he needs looking into. By that chamber of the code or the emperor or somebody. Failing that, a knife while he sleeps. Helles leaned close, winking slowly. She was sourced as well, I knew it. I had the exact same suspicion. A chamber scrutinizer, friend of mine. He was killed recently, and not too far from here. I became bolder with every swig, alcohol blurring my vision as well as my lies. I wish I could get into his chamber, or knew somebody there. I need to tell people what he did to my friend. Is that why you're drinking? For him? You seem pale. How'd you get that wound on your head? I raised a finger to probe it. The throbbing had ceased, and the blood gone sticky. The whole area felt numb. You ask a lot of questions, I said, distracting her as I wondered at the stillness within me and the inflexibility in my borrowed joints. I write about goings-on. You know, keep people informed of what's going on in this city. So you report on things? You're a reporter? Dear dead gods. I heard Pointy speak in my head. I ignored him. I suppose you could call it that, she said, wrinkling her nose. I spread scrolls around to share important news, like the Nyx water shortage. All these murders, for instance. Murders? Tors and Tals disappearing. You haven't heard? Araxes is a buzz. 6 nobles gone now. Vaults cleared, towers empty, everything gone. Claims have been made on their banks, but nobody knows by who. Tal Nebra is the most recent to vanish. Her tower burned through the night. You can still see the smoke rising from Quara district. I blamed my lack of knowledge of current events largely on being stuck inside a wardrobe for the past few days. Who's behind it all? Helez tapped her beak of her nose. That's the question, ain't it? She sipped from her glass. I'll find out. I always do. Sniffing at my beer, I savoured its nutty aroma before I polished off the second tankard. At the same time, I noticed a slight reek. I blamed the chipped and beaten bar before me. I put a hand on it, keeping it from swaying. That's all this city seems to do besides murder. Talk. Talk means nothing without actions to follow it. Justice, freedom. Helez cackled. You sound like a shade, but you're right. Damn fucking right. She sighed, drumming her fingers irritably. My job means I run into certain people from time to time, powerful people. You seem like a knowledgeable fellow. If you know anything, you should tell me. Help me find out the truth. Maybe I could help you or your friend. I became aware of her eyes, sliding from the bar to mine. No trace of drunken sparkle in them now. Well, I hummed, unwilling to reveal what I was, but drunk enough to consider it. She was no member of the chamber, just a writer. A reporter with friends. When have writers ever helped anybody? I would help myself instead. Perhaps you should go see what's going on at Tor Busks tonight. See if your so-called important friends are interested in that. Helez leaned closer and seemed to catch the same whiff I had. What's going on at Tor Busks? Which one is he? I was emboldened further by my sudden urge to leave. The more I used my nose, the more suspicious I was the foul smell was me. Minor lord, bit of a prick. Poor choice in business partners. You should go look yourself, and maybe you'll see what kind of man Temsa truly is. Perhaps it'll give you some insight on these murders too. As I took a turn to tap my bulbous Arctian nose, I heard the clearing of a throat in my head. And be careful. He's more dangerous than you know. Helez caught me by the wrist before I left. Is that why you're here drinking and shaking like you are? What happened to your friend? Is that where the wound came from? Whether she cared or simply needed information, it didn't matter to me. I stared at the grip of her oddly strong hand on my wrist. I missed the touch of another, of skin against skin, no matter how brief or innocuous. I missed it dearly. I cast one last look up at the balconies above me, then shrugged away, abruptly angered. I was so close to being alive and yet so far. What pained me more was that eventually I had to go back to being dead. I had no idea how long I could keep the haunting up. You ask a lot of questions, I slurred. Go look for yourself. With a hand clamped to my silk-wrapped and dented forehead, I left. The more I thought about it, the more I wondered what the blow had done to the man, and why he'd fought against me so. You know what's happened, don't you? Pointy asked as I moved for the exit. His voice was clear over the hubbub of the tavern. I caught my reflection in the finger-smudged mirror above a private booth. For a brief moment, it was a blessed thing to have a reflection again, despite it not being mine. Then I saw the grey pallor of my pilfered skin, and the dark veins of purple spreading out from under the headscarf. There was no life beneath it. I heard the cartilage click in my elbows as I reached to paw at my face. I was riding a dead body. You've murdered him. Pointy's words clanged around my head like the dawn bell sounding execution day to a condemned man. I almost lost my grip on the haunting right there and then. I was no murderer. Selfish, yes. A thief, yes. But to me there was a sliding scale of criminality. Murder was high up there, somewhere below soulstealers and molesters of children. Thievery, especially the skillful and masterful kind I employed, was far down the list, near those types who managed to cheat the card dens of Soraka and keep hold of their tongues. I wrestled my thoughts back to the point. It was an accident. A plain and simple accident. I had not known the soldier would headbutt his own club, nor that I had been walking around the city in his dying body. Accidents were not the same as murder. Murders were for the jilted lovers, the jealous, the insane, and the plain, downright murderous. Not thieves like me. Shut up, I told the sword as I manhandled my limbs into action. I refused to let them seize up. I made for the door that had brought me into this sordid place. Before I ducked under the archway, I saw a gigantic armoured shade standing with his arms crossed against the edge of the sweeping bar. He had eyes only for me, and a furrow of the forehead that made me wonder if he'd heard my warning to Helles. Mercifully, he stayed still, and I was free to stumble to the streets in peace, looking like any other sozzled tavern-goer peeking too early. My lifeless body and the 2 beers had almost sunk me. One was making it difficult to move, the other to think. All I had was the conundrum of how a soul could get drunk, and the grim determination to shut one eye at a time and keep moving from some of the larger towers toward Araxes' core. Annoyingly, night hid their edges, showing only their lamps, which meant I had a hard time distinguishing which building was which. I stumbled for the highest concentration of lights, hoping for the best chance of Horax's tower. Pointy kept silent. Perhaps he disapproved of me so much he had nothing to offer besides insults and admonishment. It occurred to me then that it might have been his jealousy of my ability to mimic life again, to quaff beer and occupy a bar stool, to feel the wind on my cheek and the touch of a hand on my arm. Before I could dwell any more on it, I bit my tongue as I stumbled down a thoroughfare and damn near bit the thing off. I thought about finding an alleyway and gambling a night waiting for the sun to come up while my body rotted away. Then again, all I needed to do was make it to Horax's tower. I could have ditched the body and travelled as a shade, but I couldn't bring myself to give it up. Or do I? The thought was so revolutionary, it raced from my mind to my lips before I could stop it. What? Asked the soul blade. What if I run? Where? Home. Away from here. In a dead body. I spilled my ideas as I wobbled from flagstone to flagstone. My tone was not too far from the realm of panic. I'll find a new body. A live one this time. Horax won't touch my half-coin as long as she thinks I'm in Araxes. I have a few weeks, maybe. That's enough to enjoy myself, maybe hit one last grand mark. I could show you Crass and my home in Tamar. See if I can get you some enjoyment too. Perhaps I'll find you a tasty little dead-bound dagger or dish to talk to. Can you actually hear yourself with those dead ears, Caltro? Pointy was less agreeable to the idea than my addled mind had expected him to be. Fuck you. No, fuck you. You've gone mad with this ability. Do what you planned. Trust the widow. Do whatever she requires of you, and you'll get your half-coin. I pointed myself to where the moon shone through the chasms between the warehouses, showing me ripples of black waves far beyond. My legs shuffled towards them. Fuck the widow. Why should I squander this gift? Gift. The thought of the gods and the cult hadn't crossed my mind until then, but it did now, crashing in like a corpse through a window. I was running out of excuses for ignoring the dead gods. They'd given me a gift, just as they'd said. There was also a cult, just like Bashed warned me. All that remained was apparently saving the known world, and at that moment, I wanted nothing to do with it. I felt like a greedy child, cupping the largest slice of cake in my hands and refusing to share. Pointy wasn't giving up yet. I wondered if the gods had sent him to me, to act as my surrogate conscience. This is squandering the gift. Don't you see? What happened to freedom and justice? I grabbed my fiery beard and pulled it hard, feeling outmatched by responsibility. The right thing can be an evil thing when it doesn't align with what you want. I scrabbled for something I could justify myself with, searching for a reason good enough to erode the sword's annoyingly accurate argument. This looks like freedom to me. You're a self-indulgent coward, Caltro. I knew that already. And why shouldn't I be? I'm fucking dead, aren't I? I've been passed about like a piece of furniture. I've been kidnapped, beaten, forced to do things against my will, and had to haunt a man to escape this madness. I think I'm justified in wanting a less turbulent existence, even if it's for a moment. Why can't I enjoy this brief respite from the curse of indenturement, Don't I deserve that? Wouldn't you, if you found yourself in my position? Pointy only muttered curses for me. For a weapon, he didn't put up much of a fight. I kept on towards the docks, hugging walls and chain-wrapped cargo when silhouettes or shades came ambling past. It must have been a kinder night than when I arrived, or a kinder part of the waterfront, if there was such a thing in Araxes. Perhaps it was the higher number of guards standing in warehouse and mansion doorways. Recognizing a kindred, although sodden soul, they pushed me away whenever I stumbled near. No fists or kicks for me. For what I guessed to be an hour, I trod a path that gradually slipped from flagstone to dust to wooden decking. I soon saw the glitter of water through the gaps, black as oil, marred only by the wavering streak of moonlight. By now, my joints wanted to lock in place whenever I gave them a moment. If I paused too long, my grip on them would falter as they clicked and groaned. What a sight I must have made to any onlookers. I would have turned around to look if there wasn't a chance my neck would stick that way. All I wanted was a ship, and as my vision sloshed about, I saw one, dallying at the end of a long and empty jetty. Sklump, sklump. My boots dragged along the worn and sea-bleached wood. Despite my skin being dead already, I felt as if I was dying all over again. At least this time I got a better ending. No soulstealer standing over me with a wolf's grin and a wicked knife with my blood on it. My eyes had started to mist over, and in the dark it made a blur of the ship's backside. 2 lamps watched me like eyes. Some runes were stretched between them across a white-painted board. Fair Aganthar. I mouthed the name automatically. A crass name, though I could have been wrong. There seemed to be some distance still between us. It was why finding the edge of the jetty at my toes confused me deeply. I stared down at the churned stretch of monochrome water between the departing ship and me, and cursed my misted eyes and shambling feet. I reached for it, with a crippled arm, fingers bent in odd directions. Cranking my head right then left, I saw a stretch of empty jetties and wharves. No ship for me. I hung my head. As the body pitched forwards, I stayed standing on the deck. My blue vapours peeled from his crooked back, and I felt the skin and bone rippling over me as I exited. Despite an overwhelming numbness settling upon me, I made sure to seize the sword as Four fell, and save Pointy from the depths. I heard the exhale of gratitude in my head as I held him firm. The smell of rot and sewage had gone. The sound of the heavy splash was muffled. The irksome tang of beer was non-existent, and although I was naked, my limbs were numb, but not cold in the sea breeze. I was colder than they. My mists swirled about me, and I put a glowing hand to my neck to feel the barely tangible edges of a gaping throat. Dead again, I said. Oi! Came a holler from along the dock. Is that a body? Without the muddied head, I was immediately sharper. I quickly began to retrace my steps along the jetty. I was sure scores of bodies found their way into the troublesome sea every night, and yet this hero seemed particularly offended. I remembered I was a shade once more, and realized that might have irked him. Maybe he was some vulturous opportunist and wanted the body for himself. He was faster than me, and we met at the root of the jetty. He shimmied about, kicking up dust as he eyed the sword in my hand. It turned out it was the latter option. The man dashed past me and hurtled down the jetty for the body. I caught the promise of, "See you shortly," as he ran. Perhaps he believed I had tossed my own body into the sea in an attempt not to be bound. Perhaps he wagered I'd rise from whatever Nick's well he managed to drag the body to. I imagined he would get quite the surprise when an angry Four breached the black waters like an enraged porpoise. I drifted into the nearest and smallest alleyway, daubing its stonework blue with my glow. At its dead end, past several doors and suspicious shutters, there was barely any space for a living person to stand, never mind lie down. For a ghost, it was perfect. I tucked myself into the alcove and tried to dim my light as much as possible by tensing myself. The sword I tucked behind me. He and I had no words left to trade that night. The morning would bring more, no doubt, and hopefully some clarity to pierce my apparent madness. I shut out all the shame and guilt and anger and closed my eyes. As I huddled there, listening to the clank and clatter of dock districts, and later in the evening screams and yells, I pondered why we always had our best intentions when we were at our worst.
You're back sooner than I thought, Spook. I didn't expect you for several days, croaked Araxes, eyeing the shade as he lounged before her on an armchair.
He had rid himself of the loaned smock, replacing it with a smart tunic of silk and the sort of pantaloons scatter pirates wore. His paler glow painted him a northerner, maybe Skoll, as did his heavy brow and the wisps of the bushy beard he'd worn in life. Melibur Crail was one of the best of his kind in the city. What made him insufferable was that he knew it. "I have quite the story to tell you, Tal," he announced with a confident smirk. "I wanted a shade, and I only see you before me. Stories are worth pittance to me." Crail absently stirred the vapours of his beard. "Depends on the story, does it not? Try this one. A Tor Temsa has murdered Tor Busk in his own tower this afternoon. The man was after your precious Caltro Basalt. He let me go, thinking he had my half-coin. Unfortunately for him, it's safely stored in the bank." Horrocks propped herself up in her chair, holding a hand over her mouth to hide her smile. "Dead gods bless you, spooks, and your sneaking ways. Temsa murdered him. And did you say Tor?" "I did. He had his big guard take Busk's head off, almost on his doorstep. You know him?" The widow was not listening. My, that paunchy, thieving pissbag finally met his end, has he? And at the hands of an even worse one. And Temsa is a Tor now, no less. "I'll take that as a yes." The smile faded. "Where is Caltro now?" "Last I heard, locked up in a sitting room in Busk's tower." "And you made no effort to retrieve him? That is what I paid you for, spook." "Your lump of a colonel here delivered me after Temsa had already arrived. There was nothing." "Then you must go back and find out what has become of Caltro. I'll be damned if I'll let that soulstealer take my locksmith." Crail got to his feet, arms crossed again. Out!" Crail stood his ground, prodding the white feather dangling around his neck from copper-cord twine. "I am a free shade. I am not one of your house shades to be ordered about so. You don't own me." "I have given you the Emperor's silvers for Caltro Basalt. Until he stands before me, I do own you, through contract and coin. Now get out and do your job, half-life." Spittle chased him towards the door, where Carl had promptly shut him out. The colonel ambled towards her, mulling over words. When he finally thought of something to say, Horrocks cut across him immediately. "Temsa has come a long way from hawking dubious shades at the soul markets, already a Tor, and now attacking another noble in daylight. He must be mad, brave, or favoured by somebody, and now he is after Caltro." Khalid cleared his throat. "Do you trust the spook to fetch Caltro?" Although the widow did not trust in anybody or anything except herself, silver could buy the closest thing to it. Melibur Crail was worth every silver, or so Khalid's contacts had said. A good spook was hard to come by in this city. Illegal, according to the code, but employed by many, a spook was a tool for getting into places flesh couldn't or wouldn't go. Needed to eavesdrop, sneak into a rival's tower, poison a stew. Hire a spook. It was dangerous work, but well paid. As such, plenty of free shades across the Ark offered similar services, but only the good ones survived more than one job. Crail had been working Araxes for years. That made him a master. Horrocks sighed irritably. "I know you are eager for a scrap, Colonel, but aside from hoping Caltro somehow returns by himself, that spook is currently our only hand to play." "What do you want me to do?" She swept to her shelves to prod at scrolls and trinkets. "We bide our time for now. Tell Yamak to double the workforce in the cellars. Buy more shades if you have to. Double the guard and no visitors. Leave me to think about our new foe. Khalid said the only words Horrocks wanted to hear.
Aye, widow.
Chapter 13. Shifting Sands. Greed cannot be blamed on a poor foundation, but on the man that continues to build atop it. Arctian proverb.
And now a fire of all things. I cannot remember the last time I saw a Tal's tower blaze so, and I am 50 years dead.
Cecine knuckled her forehead. Boone had been incessant during this session of the Cloud Court, discussing Cecine openly with his neighbours, offering a remark for every one of hers, going on tirades for far longer than necessary. She had wanted chaos in the city, but not the kind that gave windbags like him more excuse to exercise their jaws.
"Sarek Boone," she bellowed, "will you please let somebody else speak?"
Fine!
He threw up his hands and looked to the benches around him, urging others to pipe up. It took an age for somebody to do so. Finally, another half-life Sarek stood. His shoulder-length blue hair wafted languidly around his face as if he was underwater.
I agree with Sarek Boone, Majesty. Something more needs to be done about this lawlessness.
The court sighed in concurrence. The Empress-in-Waiting made sure to look as offended as possible at the ignorance of her efforts.
"Not 2 days ago, for the first time in centuries, I welcomed 11 phalanxes of battle-hardened soldier shades into this city. 2 days, and already you expect miracles, Sareks."
In actuality, she had made sure General Hachetti's shades were spread so thinly across Araxes they may as well have still been fighting in the Scatter Isles. Boone could not stay quiet for long.
Not miracles, Majesty. Order!
"And you will have it, Boone, you and the rest of you," Cecine argued, "and perhaps then you can stop quaking in your golden shoes."
Cecine met the muttering discontent with her practised glare, daring them to press her further. Once again, Boone took up the challenge.
But when, Empress-in-Waiting? The murders are getting worse, more violent. The Nyxwater still dwindles. The chamber continues to be overwhelmed. If the army cannot help us, then perhaps Chamberlain Rebene needs further aid from those willing and eager to wipe evil from our streets, from those with the knowledge and resources to do so. And considering that shades are already being used by the chamber—
"Spit it out, Boone. This court is not a stage for your oratory."
The cult of Sesh have expressed their desire to help by setting up patrols.
Cecine wished she had a wineglass in her hand to hurl at him. The session had taken a sharp turn towards absurdity. She needed to rein them in.
"Absolutely not!"
You would refuse their help so quickly?
Boone tried to click his fingers, momentarily forgetting he was made of vapour.
"No, Sarek. I would deny them based on their treachery against my family and this empire. There is a reason they were, and still are, banished from the core districts. I highly doubt their aspirations have changed much in 2 decades.
You let fear cloud you, Empress-in-Waiting,
Boone accused. Cecine laughed brashly and openly.
If I had any fear, Sarek, I'd be hiding in my own sanctuary like my father.
There was a pause in their muttering. Not once had she spoken ill of the Emperor. Now, with barely an insult, they looked at her in shock. Cecine realised then that, despite all her efforts, her father's authority still hung over her head. She bared her teeth.
I will pass the matter to our wise Emperor for consideration. Since it was he who removed the cult from this tower, he will have his say.
She waved her scroll, indicating the subject was done with and the session over. The Serex obeyed and filed out along their rows, many of them conveniently forgetting to bow on their exit. Too busy muttering and complaining. Only Boone stayed, sitting on his bench, hands upon knees and head tilted down at her. Cecine crossed her arms. "When you warned me of ambition not so long ago, Boone, you didn't warn me of your own." She looked to the gleaming throne behind her. The light shining through the crystal stained the marble around it blue. "You want it, Shade? Try to take it. No Shade has ever sat on the throne of Araxes. You won't be the first." Boone said nothing as he rose and walked for the doors. They held each other's gaze until he disappeared into an archway. "That man!" Cecine hissed to herself. "That half-life!" Royal guards in tow, she left the Cloud Court and ascended the stairs to her father's sanctuary at the very peak of the piercer. The stained glass windows showed her heights that would have dizzied a bird. Cecine didn't care. She had been born in this tower. Her stomach had long since hardened. For the second time that day, she walked the long corridor to the sanctuary. Her father's royal guards had come to attention and were already tending to the grand door. Cecine bustled past them into the lamplight of the antechamber, and they closed the doors behind her. She hovered near the sandalwood bench, still clutching the scroll in her hand as she glowered at the vault door. The more she stared at the complex loops of gold and copper and the engraved scenes, the more she throttled the papyrus as if it were an enemy's neck. When Cecine felt the pop of the scroll's wooden spine in her palm, she launched the scroll at the sanctuary door with a banshee's shriek. Papyrus tumbled like an unravelling ribbon as pieces of varnished wood flew to opposite sides of the small chamber. Before they settled, Cecine was already pounding her hands on the vault. Over and over her fists met the cold, immovable metal. Though the blows made something inside the door ring, there was not a sound from the other side. No murmur of apology, no questions of care, no answers for her. She cursed the Empress then, too, not in words, but with more frantic pummeling. Spit flew from her bared teeth. Her mother had abandoned her, proving herself as cowardly as her father. Though Cecine was closer to the throne than ever, she hated them for being so weak, for leaving her such a farce of a court and country. Spent, Cecine retreated to the bench. Her hands and chest shook, but there was not a tear in her eyes. She had none to spare for her emperor and empress, just a host of promises. In truth, she somewhat enjoyed the resentment. Like putting coals in her shoes, it spurred her to keep going. "You'll see, father, you'll see," Cecine snarled. She turned away from the complexities of the sanctuary door and burst out into the corridor, sending the guards scattering. She would have liked to replace them with her own, but the sanctuary guards would not move for any order but the Emperor's. That was something else she could not wait to change. Winding down the tower to her own chambers, she threw the door aside to find Attain practicing his sword dances with his sword Periseph. The big blade gave off a faint white mist, as if it were freezing cold. Caring not, Cecine bustled past him. "You tell that dog Temsa to stop making messes and start making progress instead," she ordered without breaking her stride. "Else he'll find himself dangling by his toes from the top of the piercer, food for the crows." Attain put the point of his sword on the stone, making the metal chime. "I'll tell him exactly that. Anything else, your gloriousness?" "Yes, actually. Why don't you throw yourself from the roof while you're at it?" The balcony door slammed shut behind her with a bang, and she soaked herself in the buffeting of the wind and roar of the city far below. Even then, emptying her mind, Her eyes snapped to every scrap of red they spotted. Temza was enjoying the musical clank of his guard's new armour. He'd chosen his favourite colours, black and rusty brown. Leather and russet scale covered the guards from chin to toe, and on each of their heads was a classic copper skull cap. His men had protested at having their heads shaved, but Temza had threatened them all with a beating as well as indenturement. After that, they'd fought to line up for the razor. Temza's new armoured litter, carried by mute shades, was also pleasing. He'd spared no expense for the cushions, and through the fine chainmail curtains he could stretch out and watch the streets slide by him like the scenes of some grand theatre. The day was hot, and most on foot clung to the side street awnings in the shade of palms. On wider streets, umbrellas were hawked by young shades. Those with a silver or gem to spare found respite. Those without continued to bake in the onslaught of the noonday sun. Temza watched Annie and Daneb marching alongside the litter. Both their brows were furrowed in the heat, Annie's flesh sweating and the shade's steel plate glittering. Both wore their new armour, cuirasses of mirror-like metal, chainmail kilts, spiked pauldrons detailed with scarlet copper. It was a gift that hadn't been well received. Both had preferred their own armour, they'd said, or, in Daneb's case, grunted. All worn in, apparently. But Temza had insisted on it. As he went back to his idle staring, he noticed a hooded figure tracing them through the crowds. A young Arctian man, sprightly and long of stride, with no colours about him but black cloth and sand. He was on the opposite side of the street, but had plenty of glances for Temza. For a time, Temza watched him trail the litter until the man was lost in the shadow of a tower and the press of the crowd. The litter ran on with the carts and the carriages. Temza had decided to have Annie fall back and follow the man when he heard the voice, shrill and full of stress and passion. The words were muddled, but it was enough to cut through the roar of the bustle. Temza moved aside his chainmail curtain to find a small crowd had gathered in the shadow of a thick spire. They were huddled around a shade in a blood-red cloak. The shade held some sort of picture splayed across a board, tapping it repeatedly with his glowing fingers as he gave his speech.
"Annie, I want to go over,"
Temza ordered, making Daneb look up. Miss Jexabel tapped the carrying shades with a stick and had them approach the crowd. Temza propped himself up from his cushions to listen to the preacher. "It is he who gave the gift of binding, stolen from jealous gods who would seek to keep man and woman slave to their promise of afterlife, to keep us dutifully praying. It is nothing compared to the second chance we owe to Sesh today. Mine is no half-life, but a second life. That is why we praise him." A voice interrupted, sounding so close Temza thought its owner's lips were in his ear. "I did not take you for a man who has the time to listen to speakers on the street." He wrenched himself up, finding one of the enlightened sisters, Yaredin, standing amongst his guards. They flinched away from her, surprised. Yaredin gently moved their spears from her face, their copper edges sizzling against her fingers. "I intended to speak with you at your establishment. Alas, you were not at home."
"So you tracked me down?"
Temza's gaze slipped to Daneb, whose face was more impassive than usual. The sister smiled. "A happy coincidence." Temza wasn't sure their definitions of happy matched up, but he beckoned her forwards anyway, half listening to the preacher as he squawked on about Sesh. "The lies that he is a wrathful god, a trickster god, or even a vengeful god, these are but rumours spread by other religions throughout the last 1,000 years, and yet only ours has endured."
"You have more names for me?"
he asked, once she had floated around the litter to face him. You have yet to take care of the ones you were given, and those you have not followed in order.
There was no order to them.
Of course there was. The order we gave them to you in. What else? There is always order. See? Yaredin gestured to the preacher, as if she knew the sermon better than he did.
Because we believe in order in all things, and we believe in the order of this great city. It is an order we want to uphold, as Sesh wanted, and so we have, brothers and sisters of Araxes.
Temsa snorted. A blatant lie if ever I've heard one.
Is this what you wanted new shades for, so you could prop them up on street corners and have them spew nonsense at crowds?
Neither the chamber nor the royals will stand for it.
Yaredin waved her arm in a wide arc, showing him the small crowd that had gathered around the preacher. These people do. Who knows how many more are listening at this very moment around the city?
Temsa dreaded to think.
The list must be executed in order, first to last, said Yaredin. Tal Keu Nebra wasn't even on our list. We trust you are not getting tips from other interested parties or taking initiative.
He scoffed at her. I will do what I like, sister, but if you must know, the towel was nothing to do with me. Silly old bat left her lamps burning, or so I heard.
He saw Yaredin's gaze slip over his shoulder and affix itself to Danib. Perhaps a clumsy shade dropping a taper, she replied softly.
Perhaps, Temsa grunted. Is that all? Is my unwarranted scolding over?
It is, but the betterment of your soul remains. Perhaps you should stay a while, listen to my brother's words.
Temsa prodded his gut. I would, but I'm no half-life. I can't join your little club.
Can't you? Perhaps that will change.
Yaredin slipped backwards into the crowd, one hand raised to the blue sky and burning sun.
And we have realised a great and terrible error, friends, a misunderstanding that has gone on far too long.
The cultist preacher paused for effect. Temsa wished he had a trigger bow to pause him indefinitely.
And so we recognise that Sesh's wisdom and love are not just for the dead, but for the living also. And so we announce that we open the church not just to shades, but to any who wish to join. The Church of Sesh welcomes you all as brothers and sisters, and together we can restore this city to the glory Sesh foresaw.
As a small cheer erupted, Temsa hawked and spat, accidentally catching the chainmail curtains.
He curled his lip. Church.
He saw then what the cultists wanted. Respect. A fresh foundation on which to rebuild themselves.
Temsa chuckled. Let them play their games, he thought. He didn't give a sideways shit as long as it meant more half-coins for him.
Annie poked her head between the chain link.
Where now, boss?
The slab, he snapped at her. And it's fucking tour!
What did you see?
Hellers asked as the proctor came to a breathless, skidding halt. Jim took a moment to find some air.
Nothing but some new armour for his men, a fancy litter, and his 2 big guards.
And their names?
He scrunched up his eyes. Miss Annie Jexabel and the shade Danib. Danib Ironjaw, he recited.
Hellers pulled her hood forwards. She could feel the sun on her nose.
Good boy.
She could tell he had been dying to ask all morning, so it was no wonder the question finally popped out now.
So, what did you see at Torbusks? He breathed.
Hellers wished she had a grander answer to give him besides 2 locked doors and a lot of clattering around within. Half the night she had spent playing the part of a slouched drunkard, lying in a gutter near a busy corner. One by one, she had watched the lamps of Busk's tower fizzle out. Only a single figure had emerged early in the morning, and that had been Annie Jaxabel. By that time, dawn was starting to burn away the night, and Hellas's eyes had drooped. Pretending to be drunk always had the strange effect of making one feel drunk. She'd had to fight like a mad hyena to stay awake long enough to return to her modest lodgings and straw bed. "Enough to make me suspicious of the man," came her answer.
"So you think he's the one behind the murders and the fire, this Temser?"
"Right now, he is one suspect of many, Proctor. This whole city is full of suspects. They're all guilty of something." Masking a yawn, Hellas stared out over the huge square with its churn of living and dead and armoured vehicles. She distracted herself by watching a giraffe being carted through the crowds on the back of a wagon. A crate enveloped most of its body, leaving its neck and head to tower above. The beast was humming irascibly to itself, swinging its head and table leg horns in low arcs at its captors. Hellas watched a man get batted into a stall of pottery with a crash. She waited for the roar of laughter to subside before she spoke. "Besides, who said there was only one? Temser might have partners. He might be a pawn. Never accept anything as certain, Proctor Jim. Never in Araxes."
"Yes, Scrutinizer."
"Come, there are more questions to be asked before we are certain." Jim fell in tow, and Hellas led them across the district, back to the streets surrounding Busk's tower. She looked above the rooftops to see its stubby point, and saw the windows had been shuttered against the daylight. That was new. Today their disguise was of outsprawl peasants, clad in cheap tarred linen, caked in sand, shuffling here and there and gawping at every building taller than 3 levels. Sprawlers and desert folk were only a fraction higher than shades in the food chain of Araxes. It meant eyes spent more time avoiding their dishevelled appearance than examining it. Jim seemed used to the garb. They circled Busk's tower twice over the course of an hour. Hellas's eyes were constantly in motion, watching stalls and windows, comers and goers. A local would always have a pattern. They would walk the way they'd walked 100 times before. They would know which traders they trusted and which beggars managed to survive the night. Above all, a local did not dawdle. Hellas watched out for these types. Every time she encountered one, she or Proctor Jim would ask their subtle questions. It was hard reaping. Most refused to answer on principle. For a city where everybody constantly watched their backs, an awful lot seemed to go unnoticed. That was, unless it seemed trivial. Hellas had discovered this years ago. Ask enough people the same banal question, and there was always one dullard who didn't notice anything suspicious about even the most suspicious of events. Hellas found her dullard in the form of a merchant with dark rings under his eyes. Jim hovered nearby as she scrutinised his rainbow collection of dried fruits.
6 grit apples for half a silver, he brayed.
Not my taste, she replied. Say, you hear a lot? The man was pleased for a chance to boast.
Every day and night for a decade, madam.
It always amused Hellas how traders were quick to bray how long they had been in business, as if time was the measure of quality. A merchant could sell shit for 10 years and still be selling shit. Experience was the real measure of quality, and that came through learning, not just doing. You must know all the gossip around here, then, she coaxed him. The trader scrunched his face, growing cautious. Why are you asking? Looking to move from Dawa district. Rough district. Want to know if here is better? Anything been going on? Not much to say, gladly.
Just talk of some spat between the Tor who lives in that tower over there and some old noble wench from another district. Oh? Nothing worrisome. Whole bunch of her soldiers came through here yesterday afternoon. Single half-life with them. Was here cleaning up when I saw them come past. Went to the door, delivered the shade and left again. No clashing or fighting. Peace offering, methinks.
Hellas found a sappy palm pear she liked the look of and flicked the merchant half a silver.
And which old wench would this be? Not from Dawa, is she? Too many bloody nobles to count these days. Big soldier, had a seal on him.
The merchant poked at a blackened tooth with his tongue.
3 hanging corpses, that were it. Came right past me.
Hellas turned her gaze to Jim, watching him trying to match up a name. He was clueless, staring at the azure sky for help.
She hummed. Well, I'll hopefully be seeing you around, friend, she said.
The merchant nodded absently as he bit the silver and winced sorely.
Whose 3 corpses hanging?
Jim asked as they moved back into the throngs of people.
Widow Horrocks, Proctor Jim, one of the oldest towels in the city. Quiet woman, quite the mystery. Been a noble for 15 years or so, I believe, since some husband of hers died. Extremely fond of her privacy. Doesn't like to meddle. That's why it's unlike her to be sending her house guards out into the city at night, especially here, amongst lower nobles.
She could almost hear the proctor's mind churning, as if it were full of ratchets and cogs instead of grey mush.
So,
he said, groping to make sense.
He wasn't alone.
Araxes' involvement complicated matters. Hellas spoke her thoughts aloud. She always found that helped to untangle them.
So, Proctor Jim, Horrocks may be involved, or she may not. It is strange Miss Jexabel should make an appearance, I admit, but all we've discovered is that more questions need to be asked. And though that may be irritating, is it not our job? To ask questions, to find answers. Remind me of the Chamber's Creed, Proctor?
Crime is falsehood. Justice is truth.
Hellas grunted.
You're learning, Proctor. Slowly, but you're learning.
What do we do now, then?
I think we'll pay Tor Temsa and Widow Horrocks a visit.
Now?
Jim looked far too eager for her liking.
Not now. Hellas was firm. But soon. Now, we report to Chamberlain Rebene. If he doesn't get some news soon, I think he might rupture something.
It wasn't that she cared for the Chamberlain's health. All she cared for was justice. But bureaucracy was still a game to be played, and she couldn't do her job with Rebene breathing down her neck.
Here, said Hellas, tossing the remaining half of the palm pear to Jim. Eat something. Keep up your strength. You'll need it.
Chapter 14. Here Be Monsters. Mart was originally a minor goddess, one of truth, balance, and justice. It is her feather, her symbol, that we see on today's shades, or Bart, as they are still called amongst Duneplain tribes. The concept of Mart was rather significant in the legal systems of those that came before the Age of Shades. It allowed every citizen, with the exception of slaves, to be viewed as equals under the law, regardless of wealth or social position. And with the law, what went around came around, so to speak. Like Mart herself, it was fair and balanced. Sadly, it is a concept that has retreated to the sands with the desert folk. From A Reach History by Gavin Jubb. The moon made a dark rift of the river. The Ashti was now some distance away, and the land had become uneven and rocky. Dunes and stretches of sand curved in strange, gigantic whirls. Some looked like gurning faces, twisted by hate or horror. Others were like whirlpools, waiting to swallow an unwary traveller. The moon painted everything a silvery grey.
No colour had survived the day, only the faint glow of the golden city lights in the far distance, and several campfires burning amidst the wastes. Brazen as any bandit party armed to the teeth and running on revenge, the ghouls had set 3 fires to light their camp that night, gathered around a small outcrop of rocks and skinny dunes. Nilith shaded her eyes, blocking out the glare of the huge moon. It was almost full tonight, like a bone saucer. Nilith stared only at the camp, trying to gauge numbers, patterns, or weaknesses. Occasionally, the night breeze would bring her a cackle or a scream, cowing the noises of desert creatures.
You can't be serious,
Girab said again, his mantra for the evening.
You, against all of them?
Deadly serious. Pharazar could be down there, prime for the binding at the next town. I can't let that happen. Besides, she said, patting her neck, that Krona bitch stole a copper coin from me. I want it back.
You're mad. You're just one person. You won't catch me helping you.
You're no help to me anyway, old man, not in your condition. It was true. The bargeman was of little use. His wounds were keeping him from anything but a shambling waddle. His back was as bent as a fishhook. He was currently propped up against a rock, halfway through eating a grit apple he had found in the oasis. Anoish was sprightly, at least. His days on the barge had clearly made him miss the desert sand, and even though plenty had passed under him since losing Pharazar, he seemed eager for more. It was a shame the bright moonlight made him so easy to see coming. Nilith laid out her plan for Girab, to see if that would shut him up. I'll wait until they've drunk themselves into a stupor, as they did in the crater. Then I'll use the dunes to sneak in and quietly take down the lookouts. I'll fetch Pharazar if he's there, then slit Krona's throat, torch the camp, and send the rest packing off into the night.
You're still just you.
Just me will have to be good enough. She patted the golden scimitar she'd taken from the dead ghoul. Won't it, horse? Anoish cocked his head and drummed his hooves. The horse was brighter than a sunray. He knew what was going on. She wasn't surprised when he stood up with her. Not tonight, Anoish, but I'll be back. Then we'll ride all night, I promise. For now, you stay with this old coin purse.
Less of the old, Majesty, grumbled the bargeman.
Look after my horse. Without waiting for his reply, encouraging, doubtful, or otherwise, Nilith stepped over the lip of the ridge and slid down onto the swirling dune plain. The spiralling banks of sand made her path weave back and forth. It made the going slow, and if she measured the stars right, it took an hour to make it to the outskirts of the ghouls' camp. Every step was measured, every breath controlled. She barely blinked, constantly looking out for shadows or the dreaded purple glow of a dune worm's dangling lure. The dune plains were full of the fearsome creatures. Nilith settled down behind a dune shaped like a goatherd's crook. In its curve, a watchman sat rubbing his shoulders against the cold. The noises of laughter and revelry that had led her across the plain had died away to a muttered conversation. She crept along the crook, keeping herself low and her sword down lest it shine. As her free hand plunged into the sand, she felt a ridge beneath her, like an armoured plate. The lip that poked into the air was black against the grey sand. Nilith paused to trace its jagged edges, rough like a beetle's hide, though it was too big for even the largest of riding insects. It must have been a sunken boulder. She ignored it and moved on, honing in on the heavy snuffling of the ghoul watchman. Nilith desperately longed for a cloud or two. The moon cast her a clear shadow, though one that fortunately fell away from the direction of the camp. She pressed herself against the lip of the dune, barely a lunge from the guard, and stilled her heart. Peeking over the sand, she studied the fires of the camp. 4 tents squatted at the edges of their glow. Between them was a crag of rock with a wide basin of blackened stone at its base. Her heart forwent a beat. A Nyx well. She cursed beneath her breath, reaching up to tug at her hair. These wild, untended springs were rare. If Pharazar had been captured, they could have already bound him, and that ruined everything she had fought for. Nilith refused to let that possibility distract her. She tucked her knees into her chest, ready to pounce. Pounce she did. With a move akin to a starving panther, she jumped straight over the lip of the dune and down onto the man. He turned in his last moment, gawping, but her scimitar had speared his windpipe. Not a gurgle came from his lips. The blade had cut into his spine, and his carcass sagged to the ground. Nilith crouched to take his long knife, the kind made for throwing. She ripped a length of fabric from his dirty shirt and pulled out the pouch from around her neck. It had dried out since her dousing in the river and made a good stand-in for her coin until now. With much care, she poured out a hefty pinch of Old Fenn's black powder. Maybe a third of it went into the strip before she bagged it up and slid it into her pocket. She kept the pouch around her neck, hidden under her tunic. When she was ready, she pushed out along the edge of the camp towards the next ghoul, a yawning woman holding a trigger bow barely wider than the span of her hand. Nilith slit her throat before she knew she had company. She caught the bow as the woman fell dead. One bolt was all it held, but it still meant an easily made corpse, and that was worth it. With half the camp unguarded, Nilith crept closer to the fires, where handfuls of ghouls lay about, like flies on a cold windowsill. Half of them snored, the other half lolled about like fattened hogs, still swigging determinedly from flagons or skins, mumbling the occasional wisecrack or nugget of drunken wisdom. No ghosts could be seen amongst them. No Pharazar. The tent listed at a violent angle. A slight scratching noise was coming from within. Nilith used the sword to poke aside its fabric, and inside she found a half-naked man, his back slick with sweat, gyrating away against another half-stripped body face down in the sand. Whoever they were not putting up much of a fight. Another limp form lay in the corner, blonde hair painted orange with blood and grit. Nilith pulled away, but not before the ghouls spoke. "In a bit. Leave a man to fuck in peace." Something in his tone reminded Nilith of a rat-faced man and groping hands. Without a second thought, she pushed into the tent and drove her sword under the ghoul's armpit. Coughing blood, he wriggled off the blade and crumpled by the side of his victim, a young man with pale skin. Nilith brandished the trigger bow while she tugged at the young man's arm, trying to wake him. The skin was colder than it ought to have been, limp as a clubbed fish. He was already dead. Horrified, Nilith shrank away, only to come back swinging at the foul man lying blubbering and bleeding in the sand. She drove the sword deep into his groin, and with a twist she spilled his insides. Such creatures didn't deserve to die swiftly. The outside air tasted sweet after the vileness of the tent, and with a dizzy head, Nilith crept on to the next. This one contained something just as loathsome, though this one was fast asleep, lying on her back while her chest lazily rose and fell. Krona still wore her patchwork mail even while she slept. Though it was a struggle to tear herself away, Nilith let her sleep, slipping away to check on the last tent and the Nyx well before wetting her sword once more. Pharazar wasn't there, and the dead emperor was more important than her revenge, as sweet as it might be. She ducked under the next flap to find 2 sleeping ghouls, naked as babes but filthy with dust and blood. An empty wineskin lay between them. Still no Pharazar. Nilith dispensed with all creeping as she rushed to the well. She heard no trickle of water. The Nyx well had no shimmer of moonlight to it. When she pressed her fingers to its stone pan, she found it drier than desert bones. It seemed the rich men of the White Hell had been right. There was a Nyx water drought. Despite how unusual that was, the relief sent her sprawling. Nilith refused to believe Crona would have sent a sellable soul to the void in spite. Not even to get to me. She whispered that to herself as she snuck back to the bitch's tent. Nilith took a stance by Crona's neck, scimitar and knife hovering ready as she stared down at the twisted scarring of the woman's face. The eye was gone, now just a white smear bleeding into the crisscross of char marks and raw flesh. A portion of the wound had healed since Arbatwe, perhaps through Nyx water and a ghost's touch. The rest looked far uglier. Rot had spread into the veins around the wound, web-like and the colour of coal. There was a musty smell around the ghoul, and not from lack of washing. Nilith wondered how long it would be before the decay claimed her. Nilith gritted her teeth. Even one more day alive would have been much more than Crona deserved. Beside the ghoul's head, half buried in the sand, was a copper coin on a leather string. Eyes wide, Nilith grabbed it, holding it tight against the handle of her knife and feeling the cold metal dig into her palm. It was a relief to reclaim it, and she quickly looped it around her neck, letting it hang next to the powder. Though it was just a simple copper coin, it was worth more than that to Nilith. After the long weeks in the desert, it had become the symbol of her struggle, the embodiment of her goal. It was the would-be half-coin that would change her life. Taking a deep breath, Nilith raised her blades for the kill. As she did so, a drip of ghoul's blood escaped the sword's tip, landing on the good side of Crona's cheek. The bitch's eyes snapped open, and seeing the resolute face hanging above her, she flung herself sideways. Nilith stabbed down as fast as she could, nicking the side of Crona's unprotected neck before she could escape from her bedroll. In the monochrome of night, a spurt of blood stained the sand a dark grey. Again and again Nilith stabbed, but her blades met only sand and air. Before Nilith could catch her, Crona was up and ripping aside the tent flap so she could fight in the open, where she was at her most dangerous. Nilith ducked under the canvas and dashed for the nearest fire. Crona came barrelling after her, one hand clamped to her neck and the other clenched in a fist. Her wordless, enraged screeching began to rouse the camp, but not fast enough. Many were still mid-yawn or blinking goggle-eyed as Nilith's blade slashed their throats. She sprinted past the drunkards and their fire, tossing the bundle of Old Fen's powder into the flames as she did so. Despite flinging herself to the sand like a mouldy sack of flour, nothing happened. She threw a wild look behind her, seeing no pop, no fizzle, only Crona's grinning face smeared in blood. Just as Nilith was about to curse Fen for being nothing but a trickster, the powder caught. Crack-coom! The campfire exploded in a mushroom-shaped cloud of white and yellow flame. Screams and a piercing ringing filled the night air. Pale smoke billowed upwards as the fire died away. Half blinded by falling cinders, but grinning all the same, Nilith took a stand halfway up the nearest dune and raised a fist for Old Fen. The force had knocked Crona to her knees, but only momentarily. Though her hair and armour smoked, she kept on coming, tree-trunk legs pummelling the sand. Bloody spittle flew with each raging grunt. Nilith raised her trigger bow, and the bolt struck Crona in the shoulder. It barely made her stumble. The woman snapped the shaft from her skin and contemptuously tossed it to the sand. "You came to me in the end, eh?" she called up the dune as she put bare feet to its slope. Her words were as malformed as her lips, Behind her, the remaining ghouls were hauling themselves up and forming a pack.
Thought you might somehow. You knew I wouldn't stop, see, so you had to come to finish it for yourself, and here you are, eh? Well, that proved fucking successful, didn't it? Ready to die, eh?
Nelith was on the cusp of threatening to ruin the other side of Crona's face when the sand beneath her began to quiver. With a lurch of her stomach, she felt the dune shift to the side. The grains around her boots danced away to reveal the ridges of a thick black carapace. Nelith dropped to her knees, hugging the edges of the shell as Crona tumbled from its side with a curse. 2 whip-like antennae rose from the sand, each sporting a glowing purple tip. A low clicking began to rise, like clockwork being wound. Up went the frenzied cry of "Dune worm!" from the campfires. In the desert, few words had the power to chill a person. That just so happened to be one of them. Eyes so wide they hurt her cheeks, Nelith watched the many legs unfolding and the sand scattering from the creature's sides in clouds. 5, 10, 20, 30 feet of carapace was revealed, black as sin and solid as stone. The plates clanked noisily as ripples ran through its hide. A hissing joined the hum, as if it were some machine of steam. The worm's head emerged from the sand. Black spines ringed its face, a horrifying crown to the gnashing, violet mandibles. Its antennae shivered as it let loose a deafening, burbling roar. Nelith knew then it was too late to run. Instead, she wedged her sword's hilt under the dune worm's armour and hung on for all she was worth. Not a moment too soon. The monster lurched forwards, travelling in one effortless surge. No canter or gallop, just speed and hungry intent. The rumble of its claws striking the sand drowned out the cries. Nelith had thought these creatures close to myth 2 moments ago. Now she was riding one. The worm reared up over the nearest ghoul. Noxious dribbles spewed into the man's eyes, and he managed only a short scream before the beast's disjointed jaws enveloped him. The man's armour split under 3 quick bites, and then he was swallowed whole. Nelith pressed herself close to the carapace, feeling the undulations pass beneath her as the creature's gullet went to work. A spear smashed into the worm's carapace a yard from her hand. It barely punctured the shell, and its owner stared for a moment, confused and disheartened, before the dune worm's spiked tail spread him across the sand like jam across grey toast. Nelith could do nothing but cling on and pray to any god who was listening that the creature would be full by the time she was shaken free. For the moment, at least, she could view the carnage from a relatively safe, if not bizarre, position. The worm had no care for the ghouls, batting aside, crushing or swatting aside anybody who dared to come close or couldn't run fast enough. That meant pretty much the entire band. Nelith watched as the brutal vengeance was doled out. For her, for the bodies in the tent, and for however many others these bandits had wronged. It didn't matter that the revenge wasn't being delivered by her hands, just that the ghouls received it. After all, her hands couldn't rip people in two. As the worm paused briefly to look around for something else to gobble, a sword came swinging towards Nelith. She moved her leg just in time to avoid having it hacked off. The blade dug deep between the carapace instead, with Crona snarling on the other end of it. The dune worm screeched, thrashing its tail. Nelith hung on dearly as Crona was knocked flat. Though it cut deep into her palms, Nelith grabbed the throwing knife and hurled it at the vile woman. To her delight, it skewered Crona through the bicep, and the ghoul leader wailed as she realised she was momentarily pinned to the sand. Crona gave Nelith a stare so full of hate the Empress felt her skin prickle. But Crona's cries had attracted the attention of the dune worm. The creature turned on her, jaws gnashing, eager to finish the job Nilith had started.
No!
Crona's scream was cut short as everything above her chest was turned to mush with fierce snaps of razored mandibles. Nilith was considering sliding off the beast and running for the nearest dune when another screech stopped her dead. Another monstrous shape surged out of the darkness, antennae aglow, jaws splayed and quivering. Nilith immediately realised what was happening. She had seen wolves fight over a deer carcass many times before. Her fear increased to mortal dread. The newcomer worm charged straight for the first. Nilith tensed every muscle as they collided with ear-splitting screeches. Banks of legs clawed and clawed until they were entangled and their mouths and front legs grappled. Their antennae whipped back and forth, cutting red stripes on Nilith's forearms. Noticing its opponent had a morsel clinging to its back, the second dune worm reared up to snap at Nilith. It was time to let go, she decided. It was either that or lose an arm. As the worm's jaws opened up, looking like the ugliest orchid imaginable, Nilith wrenched the scimitar from the carapace and tumbled. Hot, stinking breath was all that caught her. The jaws snapped mere inches from her face, spraying her with foul green dribble. A feverish glance over her shoulder told her the two worms were entangled in a writhing knot. Their armoured forms crashed about the camp, flattening anything that wasn't already dead. Nilith ran as fast as her tired legs would carry her. She wasn't about to hang around to watch the monsters fight. Crona was dead, and that was half of what she had wanted from the evening. A small corner of the desert had been cleaned of its filth tonight. A very small corner, but it was something. Nilith looked down at her hands and found them slick with snot-green worm saliva. She could feel it burning as if the sun shone on it. She quickly wiped her face with her tunic, leaving red, patchy skin behind. She ignored the pain, clenched her fists, and continued to flee. With every turn, Nilith dreaded seeing purple lights rising into the night to lure her in. She expected every dune to explode in a shower of sand and snapping jaws to come crashing down. The fear kept her insides tight as a trigger bowstring and her feet moving. Perhaps her luck was strong that night, or maybe the commotion of the fight in the camp was a good distraction. In either case, not one dune moved during her mad dash back to the ridge. Still, she didn't stop until she had climbed it. Nilith flopped to the dirt like a gutted fish onto a cutting board. She stared up at the speckled sky with its saucer moon and chased her breath. She clutched the copper coin to her bosom. Girab came into view between the stars.
You hurt?
Somewhat.
That bitch dead?
Very. And the rest? Probably all the same by now.
We heard a bang and screams.
Nilith rolled to pat Anoish on the rump. The horse was pretending to sleep. She saw the slits of his black eyes.
Dune worms. 2 of them. Somehow I think they saved me.
This is why I stick to the river. Ain't no bloody centipede dragons in the river.
Girab snorted, going back to his curled-up state against the black stone.
And your ghost?
Gone. Still on the river, maybe,
Nilith muttered, knowing the bargeman was already asleep.
She could give him an hour at least.
Nilith positioned herself so she could watch the lights die on the dune plain. The dying fires quivered as large shapes moved across them. One by one, the flames surrendered to the cold and left the job of illumination to the moon and stars. Not a single smudge of blue could be seen, just lingering purple lights roaming to and fro. Nilith sighed to herself.
We'll find him. I have no choice.
No emperor should have to drag any body across a desert, never mind his own. It was an outrage, an injustice of the highest level, a foul crime against the glory of the Arctian royalty. It was the toil of it more than anything. The only manual labour Pharazar Talon Renala the 18th had done in the last few years was raising wine to his lips and rutting with bellish concubines. He'd outdone a decade in a mere day of pulling his remains across the ever-undulating dune plains. There was no sweat, of course, no strained muscles, not even a breath to gasp for. It was purely a mental strain. Though his hands did the gripping, his arms the hauling, it was his head that hurt from the constant tensing. The river had failed him earlier that day, as had the barge, which had got something stuck around its steering pole and nosed into the shallows. Even if Pharazar hadn't been lacking in naval skills, the river had begun to widen and wallow, curving eastward for Araxes' farther-flung districts. Pharazar was left with no choice but to strike out toward the city on foot. He spared a moment to stare at her again, blazing bright in the morning sun. White and yellow spires caught the daylight on their metal caps, spurs, and crystal panes. A haze clung to the city, and in the desert heat, it seemed an anemic brown hue. Pharazar did not blame it on the pervasive dust, nor the spewing stacks of the docks and factory districts, but the morning mist from the troublesome sea. Sea. How he longed to see a sprawl of blue instead of puke yellow and shit-brown rock. There was a reason his mighty city hugged the coast, and that was to be as far away from this sweltering, dusty arsehole of a landscape as possible. If he could have, Pharazar would have ripped the whole city up and moved it to tropical Eid or the Scatter Isles, where green things ruled over the land instead of the sun. Even as he inwardly cursed it, the desert appeared to hear him. Sand scattered from the lip of a dune, showering the Emperor and his body. He watched the grains fall through his glowing hands, slowing only momentarily, like pennies tumbling into a pool. Pharazar struck on, leaning against the weight of his baggage and the hot wind coming from the north. His borrowed, tattered smock helped somewhat, but he still felt hollow and non-existent as the sand and air rushed through him. His corpse seemed to gather weight with every mile. Perhaps it was the sand clinging to it, or the growing strain, but it slowed him to a crawl. The landscape did not help. The dunes had risen up in taller peaks and longer valleys, and their fine, wind-carved sands shifted even under his ghostly feet. On the steeper slopes, to go one step, Pharazar had to take 3. At the very least, his body could slide down the other side and give him some rest. It wrinkled his lip to watch it, but the more time he spent as a shade, the more he saw the body more as meat rather than person. My person. Like every Arctian, he knew there was no way back from binding, but that didn't stop him longing for one. Such was the desperation of loss. With the sun overhead and no shade in the gaps between dunes, Pharazar baked. He was somewhat used to it, perhaps something residual from his life and his breeding, but with the added work, he felt thinner than gossamer. He felt as if his vapours were evaporating. Onwards he trudged, until the sun was halfway closer to the horizon and Araxes blushed a deep gold. He used it as a lure to keep his legs moving. Whenever he crested a high dune, he stared out to Araxes and traced the wandering lines of paths escaping from the outsprawls. Pharazar stared north for some time, blue eyes sliding between the wash of white and yellow buildings and the glimmering city, wondering which held more hope for him. After the dune plains, there was 100 miles of crowded city before he reached the cloud piercer. The question was, how would he walk those miles? Would it be dragging a body behind him? Or as a free shade, the first dead emperor in history? If there was anything an Araxes royal had a deep affection for, it was to be the first to do something. 1,000 years of stabbing others in the back meant an ever-churning royal line. A lot of firsts had already been claimed. Even names were unlikely to be original. Yet here Pharazar was, with his murderer lost behind him and his body at his side. A position coveted by any slain ruler of the Ark. He looked to the outsprawls once more, blue tongue emerging from blue lips. If a Nixwell could be found there, he had a chance to do what no royal had yet managed, to rule from beyond the grave. And even more deliciously, Nilith's plans would be foiled. All he had to do was bind himself before he was claimed, and make it back to the safety of the core districts. Then he would reign for 100 years, perhaps 1,000. He would crush Nilith's precious crass and claim the whole reaches as his. With a grin, Pharazar leaned to spit on his promise, but was swiftly reminded of his inability to do so. Instead, he just made a strange, vaguely determined noise. The noise had an echo. Then a puff of sand drew his eyes. 2 sharp and twisted spikes rose above a dune to his left, each the length of an arm. Pharazar fell protectively over his body as a black, shiny head with wiggling antennae and beady eyes emerged. 2 simple legs, hooked at the end, flopped over the ridge and hauled the creature's body forwards. More dark carapace followed, huge, jointed shoulders, and then an abdomen that dragged a rut in the sand. The beetle burbled again, louder and more effusive. It seemed interested in the body under Pharazar. However, it did not charge or muscle forwards as he expected, but sat upright, rearing at least 8 feet tall, and tasted the air with the wiggling bits in its ugly face. There must have been a stench to the creature, but not one Pharazar could smell. "Away, beast! Not for you!" he yelled, finding his voice. It warbled, but didn't move. Insects, unlike horses and other beasts, were not spooked by shades. Pharazar recalled that after spending several minutes waggling his hands trying to shoo it away. Even when he got close enough to punch it in the nose, or the beetle equivalent, it didn't rear or gnash at him. Instead, it just warbled away until he was forced to assume the insect was mentally impeded and left it alone. Buoyed by purpose, and with the outpost fixed in his mind, Pharazar pulled his corpse down the slope of the dune. To his annoyance, the beetle followed, kicking sand at him with its spindly legs. Pharazar wished he had something to poke its eyes with. He doubted his vaporous fingers would do a good job. There was a moment when the creature looked close to tumbling on top of him, but it scrabbled to a halt, disturbingly close to Pharazar, and immediately plopped itself down in the sand again. It seemed almost apologetic. It was then that an idea came to him, but he shoved it away. Kings did not ride beetles. Stallions or carriages, yes, but not beetles. Beetles were the steeds of desert scroungers and outsprawlers, lowly traders, and others who couldn't afford or steal good horseflesh. Insects were also unpredictable creatures, with an intelligence far below that of a horse, and a blank coldness only a fish could mimic. This one looked docile enough, and irritatingly dutiful. The beetle followed like a hound no matter which direction Pharazar walked in. Only once did it make a move on his corpse, but it just tripped instead. Pharazar saw then the strange bend in one of its legs. It had been lamed in the past. "Go away! Back to your master, or family, or nest, or what have you!" No amount of shouting seemed to dissuade the beetle. When Pharazar resorted to kicking sand back at it, it would retreat a little, but then come clomping back. He tried some running, using the slope to his advantage. When he finally stopped at the base of the next dune, the beetle was right there behind him, and Pharazar the weaker for it. "Fucking insect," he cursed, looking to the blue above for patience. Then with a sigh, he gave in to his idea. Dragging the body in a wide arc around to the beetle's rump, Pharazar slung the rope of his corpse around a horn-like protrusion on the creature's back. His clumsy fingers worked a knot that would have made a sailor weep. All the while, the beetle stayed put. Whether that was because it was dumb or well-trained, Pharazar didn't know. It muttered away happily through its ugly jaws. Pharazar kept the tail of the rope in his hands, and he flicked it like a whip against the gleaming carapace. The beetle jerked forwards, much to his satisfaction. Walking on beside it, he tugged on the rope, and lo and behold, the creature followed dutifully. He could have laughed at the joke of it all. It certainly sounded like a joke. An emperor, a corpse, and a beetle walking across the dune plains. Yet no smile curled his lips, no chuckle came from his throat. For it was he who was the joke. He was the punchline. Here he was, Emperor Pharazar Tarlan Renala the 18th, dragging his own body across a desert. His growling filled the silence.
Chapter 15. Damned Fates. Beer is the murderer of all good intentions.